The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Good evening. Welcome into BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I am Kate Constable, hanging out for the next 5 hours with my good friend Gabe Ramirez. We're filling in for Pat and Brad tonight on BetMGM Tonight. Got a lot to get to today with the U.S. national team winning their game against Australia in the World Cup. We've got a big baseball slate tonight, some MLB action. We'll dive into some topics. Terry Skubal had some things to say this week. NBA draft coming up. We'll, of course, talk a little NFL, rank our top 10 quarterbacks entering 2026, and plenty of other stuff over the next 5 hours here on Westwood One Sports. Gabe, how we doing tonight? It's good to see you.
Sorry. It's always great to see you, Kate. I feel like this is one of those situations where, the young movie is like you and I together. We both didn't have our partners, with no kids. We were having fun doing betting shows. Now we're adults. It's like the part two of the movie. We're adults. We got kids. We're doing responsible gambling, less parlays, more straight bets. Look at us now. We're growing up now doing the show together. This is fantastic.
Right before everyone's eyes. Yeah, well, it's been like 2 years since we did our last show together. And that was
right? Is that how long it's been?
I think so. Yeah. That was like the college Kate and Gabe age shows. Sure. We were having fun doing the betting, and we are gonna throw out some bets here tonight because we got to make things a little interesting in Major League Baseball. And I mean, anything else you got going on, would love to hear it. We would also love to hear from you all listening. You can hit our talk and text line. Simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics that we dive into, really just anything you want to talk about at all. Gabe and I are here to listen. 310-840-4910. And if you do text a question in, let us know who you are and where you are texting from to get featured on the show. We'll read those out throughout and respond. Gabe, you've got your USA uniform on right now, or shirt, it looks like. Are we...
Kit. Kate, kit. It is a kit.
That's what it's called?
The kit. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that like the equivalent to like sweater in hockey?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that. Okay. Exactly right. So this is the Team USA kit. Shout out to Nike. They hooked me up with this one right here. I always got to show love to them. Jesus. But
don't eat peanuts before we go on air.
I'm emotional about this USA jersey right here. No, but yes, I'm wearing it.
Kit. Yeah, your kit.
Kit. Exactly. Thank you. But what a game today, right? The perfect place to wear it. I was in a place called City Nicky's earlier today. Where were you at?
I was on my couch. On my couch with my baby girl, introducing her to football for the first time. She was
as
locked
you should.
In. She was locked in, laying on the couch. I mean, a 2-month-old, like you just see bright lights blasting at you, and I mean, her eyes were glued to the TV. You have muted yourself, Gabe, so I cannot hear you.
Oh my gosh! Again.
There we go.
I said, what a game today, right? Or what a match today. Excuse me for keeping with the verbiage. It was just intense. I was at a place called City Nicky's in downtown Chicago. I just got off the air. I was hyped up. I'm feeling myself. We get in there. The place is jam-packed, and you could feel the energy. And there was, to sum up what this game and what the World Cup in the United States and North America and what it means to the people, there was a group of guys, the finance bros behind me, suited and booted, but they wanted to come in for the moment. It's Friday, it's 2:00. And one of the guys behind me was like, there was an offsides moment, right, where they were contemplating whether the goal, the second one was offsides. And the guy just got there and he's just like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm ready. And that's it. That's it right there, right? Uh-huh. Where you don't know what's going on. You don't watch soccer. You're not paying attention to it. But there were so many Americans today at, 3 p.m. Central Time that our casual fans don't know what offsides is, but figured it out quickly when Freeman scored the header to get the goal. So, I mean, it's moments like that show you what it means to the country and the people of the United States. And tip your cap to Team USA, right? More so than anything else. It's how many years do we put pressure on a team to get out the group stage, to score goals, perform at the highest levels with the talent that we have, and then never happens, never materializes. And here you are, 2 games into a World Cup that you're 2 matches into a World Cup that you're hosting, and you've been dominating the competition, really showing to the world that this might be the year where you could potentially be competing with the best teams in the world for the World Cup, and it's exciting to see that. I mean, did you feel that, Kate, when you were watching and you've seen these 2 victories? Like, what's your take as someone that sees this USA team from the outside?
Well, I mean, just the fans that they show pre-game, like it was almost kind of like the Knicks watch parties when the Knicks were going through the finals, and they would show all the different boroughs and stuff, and they show all the different fans, outside the stadium, inside the stadium, and everyone is like just losing their minds, which they should be. Like, this is a big deal. It's a big deal that the United States has played so well over their last 2 games. But even just walking down the streets here, Gabe, I mean, the bars are filled at bars in Chicago are typically filled, summer afternoon, 2:30 on a Friday. But even more so right now, you see the red, white, and blue, everyone getting into it. And you're right. Like, it doesn't matter how locked in on soccer you are throughout the entire year or 4 years leading up to this, what you really know about the World Cup, your knowledge of the other teams, that doesn't matter. Once you sit down and watch, like, you're cheering on your country, and that's a huge thing. So it's been, I mean, I was sitting on my couch by myself, and I was jacked up for what was going on. So, like, that just kind of lends itself to what this tournament really is. And you mentioned, like, it's been a long time since the U.S. has, well, they have expectations every year, but lived up to them so far through these first 2 games. They have not won consecutive World Cup matches since July of 1930, which is the inaugural tournament. And so their 2-0 victory today over Australia broke a 96-year drought. It's also the first time they've ever clinched a knockout round berth with the game remaining in the qualifying stage there. So those types of things, like, you're seeing, maybe historic isn't quite the right word, but, like, you're seeing a very high level play from the United States and things that they haven't done in years past in the World Cup.
What you're seeing is growth just from the sport itself, and where it ranks in the United States. And I mean, when you're talking about, not doing something since 1930, right? I mean,
That's a
almost
long
100
time.
years hasn't happened. And then, even the brace from Balogun, the 2 goals that he scored, that hadn't been done since 1930 either. And so you're talking about a team that's playing at an extremely higher level. And I've talked about this a lot, Kate, where, you know, it's like if you have a house, right? And you let your mom see it beforehand because you're going to remodel, right?
Mm-hmm.
You let your mom see it beforehand, and then you fix it up. Now your mom's impressed. Mom walks in when everything's done because mom saw it when it was nothing, right? Your cousin comes in, your aunt comes in. They just see the remodel, and they're like, "Oh yeah, nice house." That's where we're at with Team USA, right? There's been a remodel with this team, and a lot of people are seeing it for the first time and thinking like, "Oh yeah, this is a good team." It's like, no, you have no idea how good it is. You didn't see it before I did the gut rehab. You didn't see the kitchen before with the cabinets that were falling down. Okay, the bathroom that needed plumbing altogether. You didn't think you needed plumbing. You thought you were just replacing the cabinets. Then all of a sudden, no, you need plumbing too. That's what it was with Team USA. And right now, it's beautiful. So people need to appreciate it because what they're doing is, Andy did it without Christian Pulisic. Are you kidding me? One of your top forwards on your team, you do it without him. You go to the bench and you put in people that are equally as capable. And I think that's what's important about the World Cup as well, is that you need depth, right? You need it's not just your attackers and guys putting the ball in the back of the net. You need midfielders to control the game. Your defenders that are there have to obviously stop the pressure that's coming your way. Everyone has to work in unison, and to have all 11 playing at a high level, especially at the World Cup, it's like the people are taking notice. And I'll say this also, I was on Fox talking about the World Cup, and they asked me, they say it all the time, Gabe. It's being here or Team USA or the World Cup is going to impact American culture. Like, what makes this one different? And I said, you know what? We don't know, but the bar test is going to be what we're going to be able to use to measure it. I was like, it's one thing to talk about it. It's one thing for people to be. I was like, it's another thing if people are actually out and about in the streets. You're mixing up the Gen Zs that don't want to go outside with the millennials that are trying to party, with the old faithfuls that want to hang. It's like you said to yourself, wherever you're going, you're seeing this fever that is a Team USA World Cup, and it's only going to get bigger. right? When they get to the knockout rounds and they play the best teams in the world, I think a lot of people are going to be having their eyes glued to their TV sets.
Yeah. Okay. So here's a question for you, Gabe. And I mean, you're the host of the Chicago Fire here. You know this game. So I mean, we played Australia today. We played Paraguay in the opening round.
Paraguay. Yep.
Paraguay. I got that right. Okay. And we have Turkey left in the group stage. So the competition that we've played, is that playing at all into why the U.S. has looked so good, or is this team just actually legit because of all the reasons, the depth, the attackers, all those reasons you just listed? Like, because I'm someone who, like, I tune in to the World Cup when it's on, but like prior to that, I don't really know what's going on with the rest of these countries and their teams. So for any casual fans, like, how good is Australia? How good of a team did we just beat? Are they, 1 through 10? They're 5, 6. Where are they sitting?
No, I don't think anybody in our group is necessarily sitting at the top 10 of the world rankings, right? So, I mean, Turkey would have been
like,
the
if
biggest.
you have a scale 1 through 10, where are they within that scale?
Oh, yeah. Listen, I mean, they're good victories, right, Kate? Soccer is a game with such small margins for error, and so when you play, I think the number one thing is when you're watching these games, teams can impose their dominance, right? Attacking guys on the ball, and you saw Team USA doing that. You can't do that if you don't feel like you're better than the opponent, right? If you're constantly pressuring them. And that's what you're seeing from Team USA, not being afraid to go one-on-one because of the talent that they have. It's like, these are things you haven't seen in the past. Keeping control of the ball while you're getting through defenders and making the right pass and playing good in small spaces. Again, these are things that bad teams do the opposite of. They turn the ball over in those situations. Team USA, obviously, it's resulting in goals. So I guess I say that to say, even if the competition isn't as good as maybe the rest of the 48 teams in the World Cup, it's just like in any other sport, right? Basketball, football, you got to beat those bad teams, right? And you got to beat them convincingly. And to beat a team by 2 goals in a sport where it's extremely difficult to land one, especially without one of your star players in Christian Pulisic, I mean, it says a lot about your team. Trust me, Kate. All the top teams are paying attention to what's going on in with Team USA. They're looking at what's going on. And when you look at the rounds that are to come, one of the coolest things about this tournament that's different is obviously the injection of third place squads. But the round of 32 is predetermined. It's not like the NCAA tournament where like it's team 1 versus team 32, right?
Yep.
The group that Team USA is in, Group 2D, the winner plays the third place group of an aforementioned, group to be determined.
Right.
But the second place team, whoever ends up second in Group D, they play the second place team of Group G. So like you're playing a really good squad that maybe didn't end up first or that is good and just ended up second. Like, so you definitely want to end up in first place. So what happens tonight, Paraguay and Turkey, has a lot of implications on Team USA and where they could end up. And, hopefully they don't end up against the top team in the world in that first round.
I've heard a lot of people say like the ceiling after the first, well, maybe the ceiling probably isn't the right word. Maybe the ceiling is the semifinal, but this team should at least make it to the quarterfinals. And then after, the win today, I have my TV on and the post-game show's going on. And I can't remember who it was that said it, but they're like, this is the team that could essentially win the World Cup. Like what they've showed through these first 2 games is that good. And I mean, does a lot of that come with how quickly they've scored and how quickly they've imposed their will on these teams? They had scored in the 11th minute today. 2 goals early in the first half, 2 goals in the first half of their first game. Like, just how
I can't say it enough.
They've been able to get off to great starts. Is that a little bit different from previous teams too?
Yeah, scoring goals is definitely that, right? But again, I can't say it enough, right? Like it's like, you can grab any sport, like take basketball. If you got 5 guys on the court that are superior to the opposing team, right? It's a meaningful game. You're going to be pressuring them. You're going to be taking the ball from them every opportunity. You're going to be dunking, scoring, alley-oop. You're going to be doing whatever because you can do whatever you want to them. And I think that's what teams have been seeing about Team USA in terms of, because listen, we're on BetMGM. First game of the season, they were damn near even money against Paraguay, right? Think about what we've seen from them over the last 2 games. If that game were to happen again, they would never be even money against Paraguay, right? So I think they're exceeding everyone's expectations, not just their own and not just their fan base, but also the bookmakers when looking at Team USA. Even this last game, I think they were just minus 150. today
Yeah.
against Australia, a team that beat Turkey. So again, you're looking at a team that's being undervalued. So if you want to make money on your home squad, you can see that right there, right? Because it's also being affected by what's going on in the world. So I think that they are outperforming, they are doing better, and they are surprising teams, but it's a little bit of everything. Their defense is exceptional. Their pace and their ability to control the ball in the middle and the tempo. Look at possession in the last couple of games. They've been dominant in that sense. Now, granted, that might change against some of the top teams in the world if you're playing them when you get down to the quarterfinals and such. But to do it against good teams that made the World Cup, remember you have to qualify to get here. So you're playing against these teams, and to be able to do that against them lets you know how far USA has come in soccer and how good this team can actually be.
All right. Last question for you, Gabe. This is 21 questions with Kate Constable and Gabe Ramirez here on BetMGM tonight because
I know, right?
I'm just throwing these at you right now. I won't interview you the entire show, Gabe. We'll actually banter back and forth. But I know that this is your thing far more than it is mine. Christian Pulisic didn't play today. Would it be just smart, obvious for him not to play in this next group game against Turkey and get fully healthy with that calf before they go on to the knockout rounds?
It's interesting because, last week, Friday is when Team USA played, so they had a week off. This next game is on Thursday. Granted, it's at 9 p.m., but one day less of recovery. And again, depending on what happens today between Paraguay and Turkey, it could be a scenario where obviously Team USA is given that or earned that first spot. And yeah, he doesn't necessarily need to be playing in that moment. But if Christian Pulisic feels good, he's gonna play. He's gonna want that time on the team, with the squad. Obviously, with soccer, there has to be that continuity and that the ability to gel, and that comes in practice, but certainly, during real games against top quality competition. So he's gonna want to be out there. I mean, do you think a guy like Christian Pulisic is gonna want to not stay? You know what I'm saying? Is he gonna want to do the flu game like Jordan, or do you think he's gonna sit so that way he can make a run, like you mentioned, the World Cup run, a potential one, for Team USA?
I mean, if he has any reservations on his calf that like it's not fully ready to go or mentally he's not there yet, then I think it might be smart to sit him. But these are professional athletes, and these guys, like, they live and breathe for this. This is the World Cup right now. If you can play in the World Cup, you're probably going to go out and play in the World Cup. So I would expect him to be out there if he's ready. I mean, I don't think it'd be smart for him to push it just for this game, but I mean, it's hard to ask someone of his caliber to take a seat on the bench for another game when he's healthy and ready to go, right?
But it's interesting you bring up something like even the idea of him not playing, when you're thinking from a gambling aspect, is not just whether or not they're resting players, but it's kind of like for some of these teams, not for every team. And this is where you could really make some money, right? And pay attention to the lines in this way. There are going to be some teams that are treating this third game like week 17 of the NFL season.
Yeah.
Right. If you've already made the playoffs, you might play some of the subs that might not get an opportunity. You might mix up your formation a little bit. So you need to be thinking about that when you're laying these bets down. If you're casually betting on the World Cup and you're just looking at the lines and you're like, yeah, minus 150, take it. Make sure you know what starters are going to be playing that third match. It could be a team that, has been embarrassed the first two matches and wants to have a good showing. And so this last match before they go home to their country, they're going to be playing as hard as they can against a mid-level team, right? Like, think about the emotional side of it. Have you been laying any money down on the World Cup yet, Kate?
I bet on the U.S. the opening game. Did not do anything today. But I mean, that's it. Maybe once we get to the round of 32, I think I may have to lock in a little bit more on the bets, but I haven't done a whole lot. I mean, honestly, Gabe, partially today, I just kind of forgotten to get my bets in prior to the game starting. And so that was just a wash today. I got a lot going on here.
Sometimes you got to just enjoy the victory and, not even sweat any bets and just see the goals go through the net and feel good about Team USA.
It was a beautiful thing today. And here's a little crazy stat of the day for you all. Only 8 countries have ever won the World Cup. Gabe, can you guess who has the most World Cup wins with 5?
Argentina.
Argentina has 3. Brazil has 5. Germany has 4. Argentina has 3. France and England with 1. England and Spain. I'm sorry. Let me give that again. Brazil with 5, Germany and Italy with 4. As I'm going through this, I'm like, that's not 8 teams. Germany and Italy have 4. Argentina has 3. France and Uruguay have 2. England and Spain have 1. We will see who we add to that list as the tournament continues. For our phone lines today, question for you all: if the U.S. makes it to the quarterfinals, will that raise your level of excitement for the World Cup? Give us a call. Tell us what you think. 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. Kate Constable, Gabe Ramirez here with you on BetMGM tonight. Major League Baseball slate. We'll go over that next here on Westwood One Sports.
What is, in general, the reaction to Darren Peterson refusing to work out for or talk with anyone other than the Wizards?
A big shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Because if you really like him and you really think he's the guy, you're going to pick him. And Chris, I go back to think about Ace Bailey last year. I'm not going here. I'm not going there. Utah picks him. I'm not going. Hey, we're going to give you a bunch of millions of dollars. All right, twist my arm. So you always see it around draft time. Somebody doesn't want to go somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to work out somewhere. Fine. It feels like the league in general is like, we're going to call your bluff if we really believe in you. But I think it ties into the questions around Peterson all along, which is like, does he really want it? And those questions can only be answered when he gets on the floor and he starts doing his thing in the league. So in the short term, the whole I'm only working out in certain places. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens on draft night.
Assuming Danny Ainge and the Jazz jump on that, I called it a grenade. That's probably not fair. He's still maybe the best player in the draft. So I don't want to diminish Darren Peterson's talent. It's just the way, in my opinion, he's acted throughout the college basketball season and now again during this process. But assuming the Jazz jump on Darren Peterson, it looks like, according to most mock drafts, we're talking Cam Boozer to Memphis. We're talking Caleb Wilson to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago for just a second. What do you think Tiago Splitter is capable of with Caleb Wilson as sort of the pivot point on rebuilding that roster in Chicago?
The Portland people really grew to like him. And I mean, the people that were kind of around the team day to day, people in the organization, they just thought he acted very professionally. He handled the Chauncey situation about as well as you can. And he set that group up with some structure. Where I hesitate, Chris, to go from, all right, well, by all accounts, solid coach. Maybe he can grow more into the role. And the Bulls being able to take another step. The Bulls don't have a lot of talent. And if I have learned anything over the years in the NBA, you can hire whatever coach you want. And that coach is a big piece of the puzzle, as we saw with Mike Brown and the Knicks, taking them from step A to step B. But I say that because if you don't have talent, good luck. You don't have exactly what you need. So it feels like the Caleb conversation to Chicago has been in play for several weeks, and I think that is a good first step. But when you look at the rest of that roster and you go, all right, well, Josh Giddey's a nice player, and Buzelis, maybe he's getting a little bit better, and he's still growing as a younger player himself. After that, you're like, yikes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space to grow in Chicago. I think Splitter's a fine hire, but I refuse to buy into all the hype that it is some sort of game-changing deal, because they don't have the players right now, and it takes a long time to build up enough to get those players in place.
the College World Series is a happy medium, in my opinion, between Major League Baseball and the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas, pure party fun. Major League Baseball, maybe still lacking a bit at times in the fun aspect, even though we got bat flips and, it's looser than it's ever been. College baseball, right smack dab in the middle. And I love the atmosphere that they have there in Omaha for the College World Series. Looking forward to the final this weekend.
Even hear that. Just so used to it.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here hanging out with you. Gabe's got the shades on. He's rocking to some music. The USA kit on. I just learned what that is. Not a jersey, it's a kit. And we are rocking and rolling here for the next 5 hours or so. Hit us up on the text or call line 310-840-4910. We will take your calls all night. We'll read your texts as they come through. Just talked to little Team USA. They got the win over Australia this afternoon. Big news there. But we also have a big MLB slate going on tonight, Gabe. So always good to dive into some, let's be real. These are just some bets we're going to be giving out on tonight's MLB slate. Try and help the people make a little money here. First of all, only one afternoon game today. Cubs and Blue Jays. The Cubs bats finally come alive. Like, the Cubs either stink and can't hit a thing, or they put up 16 runs in a game. Won 16-2 today over the Blue Jays. Carson Kelly, grand slam early on. It was a mashing for the North Side Chicago team, which is not something that we have seen from them in a very long time.
Yeah, they put up 8 against the Rockies their last time out, and then obviously today Matthew Boyd and Guzman. I thought it was going to be a low scoring game. I almost bet the under. I'm thinking like, okay, Guzman's been pitching well. Sometimes you got to fade yourself, Kate. Sometimes you got to fade yourself. Right. It's exactly what I did, and but I think the Cubs, where they're at right now with the pitching the pitching issues that they have in terms of the injuries and lack of depth, you have to win games like this. Like, you paid all these guys all this money. Your offense is extremely capable. People were complaining about the lineup and the construction of it and where Alex Bregman was on. I was on the score today before the Cubs game came on. And it's like, people were complaining, but the fact of the matter is Craig Counsell's getting paid a lot of money. Speaking of high ticket items, Craig Counsell's one of them. And it's his duty to make sure that he pushes the right buttons to get the best out of his team. And, you can complain about the overall makeup of it when you're looking at the Cubs as a whole, but, you're getting your offense in spurts and moments you're finding pitching, and that's what you got to do. Stay afloat so that you can make some sort of run in the event that, Cabrera comes back healthy, you end up with your tie-on back to where you want it to be. And again, it's tough, right? Right, Kay? You see these Cubs and they're frustrating in moments, but to see a game like this, you got to be like, oh, okay, yeah, they're capable.
Well, they're certainly capable, and they showed that early on in the season too. Like, their bats haven't always been as quiet as they've been over the last month, and even going back to last year too, they had a stretch where they were the top offense in Major League Baseball. They were hitting everything. And this year it's been a little bit different, but you're right, certainly capable, especially when you're putting up 16 runs and everything's clicking for you. Dansby Swanson, he's kind of the one that everyone's called out over the last, all season for his batting average and what he's done. He now has 3 hits in his last 5 games. It's still not great, but it's getting up there. Nico Horner today, he had 3 hits. He's another player that struggled at the plate this year. So things are certainly looking up for the Cubs. It's just, is this something that they can build upon and continue and be sustainable over the next couple of weeks as we go into, already almost into the month of July. Is crazy. Like, that's what Chicago fans or Cubs fans want to be able to see, is something that they can trust in game and game out.
It's so funny, right? When you're looking at the team and what you really want it to be. I mean, and let's go back to fading myself on this gambling thing. Don't fade me for the rest of these bets on baseball. I'm gonna hit 60%. Like I said, I'm on the right side of the gambling spectrum. It's just it's your job. It's your job to figure out which of the 6 correct ones and which of the 4 incorrect ones. That's not my job.
All right, well, let's dive into these then, Gabe. I want to hear what you got. We'll start with the other Chicago team, the South Side White Sox. They're in Detroit today. Tigers minus 200 on the money line. You've got White Sox plus 165, a total of 8. And Eric Fetty going up against Tarik Skubal for the Tigers. Skubal's been, he's their ace. He's been lights out when he's been healthy this year. But the White Sox have been the bright surprise this season. That isn't, they're not really a surprise anymore. They're not sneaking up on everyone. They have arrived, question mark, I guess. I'm still waiting to believe it, as a Chicagoan, a White Sox fan. But they're, talk about a fun team to watch. They've been pretty fun this year.
Yeah. And I think when you're looking at this game, specifically from a gambling perspective, you understand why the minus 200 is there, right? Because Tarik Skubal is on the mound. And that's how gamblers are going to go. And they're thinking, oh, for sure, this is a win. Let me just throw money at it. So the line's juiced. You know it's juiced no matter what, because you have a Cy Young guy there in that position. But his last time out, he only pitched 4 and some change, right? And so after his comments about his team, direct comments letting him know we need to play better, which is not so harsh, but it certainly had a tone to it. And when a guy who could potentially be moved at the trade deadline makes a statement like that to a team that's at the bottom of a division, that could be a moment for implosion. And so, I've heard from a Detroit insider that this could be a weekend where there's either a party or a wake, one or the other. If the White Sox win 3, then the Tigers are going to be having a wake, and everybody's going to be saying goodbye to a lot of people. And if they win, then there's going to be that moment of hope for the organization. So going back to the bet, though, I'm biased. This might be one you might have to do on your own, guys, but I will tell you what I think is going to happen. White Sox they lost 2 out of 3 to the Yankees on the road, okay? They weren't feeling themselves necessarily, but let's not forget, they just came off of victories against the Dodgers and the Braves, right? So now you're talking about a squad that gets to come back down to earth, play teams that are similar to them, and they get to beat up on them. And that's what good teams do. And the White Sox has proven, just like you said, they're not sneaking up on anyone. They are a good team. So if Tarik Skubal, if they can get a run, right, maybe 2 over 5 innings, and then get to the bullpen, and if Eric Fetty looks at what Sean Burke did from the White Sox this last out with his 7 2/3 innings against the Yankees, or 7 1/3 innings against the Yankees, and to finish the game, come in, be motivated out of that performance, and you can find yourselves with a White Sox team who is hitting the cover off the ball and that can muster up some runs later in this game and come back to get yourself a victory. I'd take the White Sox with the plus money if I was doing this one. Which one? Who do you like? Don't tell me you like Tarik Skubal. Oh, I hear the whistle. Okay. You like the public.
I like the over.
You got to fade the public. Oh, the over?
I like the over. So we're kind of on the same page there, because I think Skubal could get hit a little bit, or if he doesn't, the bullpen comes in, and that's where the runs, later in the game come for, at least for the White Sox. So then I think, Eric Fetty is as solid as he's been at times this year. I think he could give up a couple as well. So I'm going to go with the over on this one.
But
and that's at,
I think
that's at 8.
Yeah. The Tigers have been so bad lately at the plate. And, if you're talking about like betting that middle, you know what though? I said don't listen to me on this one. I'm playing with my heart. This is my heart. This is not analyst Gabe. This is White Sox fan Gabe. telling you what I think in my mind, but a fan always thinks that they're going to win every game. So,
That's right.
don't count this one against me.
All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see. We do have plenty of Scooble stuff to talk about. You did touch on the fact that he had some comments earlier this week. We'll dive a little bit deeper into that in about half hour or so. All right, our next game, Nationals at Rays. Gabe, I'm gonna start this one off for you here. Here's some stats for you. Nats offense, top offense in Major League Baseball right now, almost 5.5 runs per game. They've been great on the road, which they are tonight. 23-14 on the road, but the Rays, at home, 24-9. They've been solid at home. And Rays pitcher Griffin Jacks tonight, he's on the mound. He gives up some home runs. So again, here's a little theme for Kate tonight through these first two games. I'm going over. Nats score a ton of runs to begin with. They perform well on the road. Rays also perform well at home. So like those two things kind of counterintuitive. They kind of cross each other out. But Griffin Jacks gives up homers. So I'm going over. That's at 8. I like that over a little bit more than I like the White Sox Tigers over.
Okay, I'm looking at this game. I mean, these are the fun ones, right? Where you see the script kind of playing out in front of you. You see Tampa Bay at -163, and then you try to figure out like, wait a second, is this going to be a high-scoring game? Who's on the mound? And then you start putting it together, and then you're like, yes, over under 8.5. You're not juiced so much. I'm liking the over here, and I'll tell you why. I think it's because of the bullpens. We were talking about it a little bit with Detroit and Chicago. Washington has struggled over the last couple of games. I mean, when you're thinking about the Rays have struggled over the last couple of games. Obviously, they just faced the series against the Dodgers, but they've lost a lot of those late, and the inability to score runs has kind of affected them as well. So Nats have been on fire. I think 8.5 sounds good. I like the over in this one. You don't have a favorite in terms of who you think is going to win. You don't like the juice right there, 163?
163.
It's -163 for the Rays.
No, I like the Nats. I think they win on the road.
You see what I'm doing here is I'm building a parlay for us.
Yes,
I know I said we're adults.
Yeah. Adults, it's the weekend, Gabe. It's Friday.
Come on. I'm ready.
We can have a
Team
little
USA
won.
Let's splurge some of the money. I know we're going to break in a bit. Can I tell you where I bet the majority of my money today?
Yes, please.
I'll tell you the amount during the commercial break. But
all right.
I am on Morocco to beat Scotland right now at 6:00. And I'm talking about when I say on them, I mean like
you are on them.
Book me a flight. I am on them.
What time is that game? Am I watching it right now?
6:00. Yeah.
Okay, it's coming up. I'm watching some game.
6:00.
All right. I'm curious. Maybe I'll tail you on that one if you're that confident.
Oh, no. You are watching that one, and Morocco is winning 1-0.
Yeah, I was gonna say. It looks like. Yeah. I mean, all the abbreviations for all these countries kind of, it's a little puzzle for me. I got to figure them out. But all right. Well, that's good news for you.
We're looking good right now. I got to be honest with you. We were doing the show. Didn't know they scored. And I was trying to look during the commercial break. And then I was like, oh my goodness, they scored. And I got to be honest, I'm so happy.
You're pretty pleased right now. Yeah. I can imagine if you've got a nice little chunk on there. Gabe, we did have a text from a 207 number in Boston. We'd rather watch the terrible Red Sox than have Jaylen Brown on the Celtics next year. All set with that dude. Jaylen Brunson. Jaylen Brown, a little bit of a polarizing figure for some people with some comments that he's made after the season, all of that. So, I mean, Red Sox fans can't have it all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you win championships with the Patriots. You get a couple with the Celtics. I don't care. I don't care about your misery. I don't care about what you don't care at all. Teams that win championships in the last 5 years get zero sympathy about whatever disarray their franchises are in. Yeah, zero. I want no problem. I want no part of it, guys.
Yeah. Red Sox have lost their last 4 games. They're facing off against the Mariners tonight. Gabe, real quick before we go to break, I'll take the Mariners. Their pitching staff, among the best in baseball right now, and I just don't trust this Boston lineup that has been pretty putrid at the plate lately. So I'm going Mariners tonight.
Yeah, I like Mariners. I also like the under in this one. I think, we've been talking about a lot of runs that are being scored, but whenever you see a line that low, 6.5, it's there for a reason, right? The assumption is that the pitchers are going to be dueling, and so maybe that might be one you want to take a look at.
All right, going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going streaking. I'll tell you what that means next here. BetMGM Game Day. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable.
What are you personally a fan of in the Derby?
Well, I guess I'll put it into two different little categories. First of all, as a fan, I watch the Derby now as an ex-player. And I'm not going to sit here and say I watch the Derby start to finish. That would be misleading the audience. But I check in. I think the sentiment around, I think today's fans, the younger fans, they love it. I think it's really entertaining being on the clock. It puts a little pressure on the guy throwing BP, although the BP has come closer. Normal BP was about 45 feet in my day. Seems like it's about 10 feet away. So throwing strikes is a little bit easier. But I like the entertainment value. I like hearing he hit 74 in round 3. But I think that's what guys like. Now, as a participant, I did two. I did 1 and 01 and I did 1 and 03. I don't want to talk about the 1 and 03 because I swung and missed. I blame that on the BP pitcher. I liked our version because it was a little bit, you didn't have to take as many swings. You had 10 outs.
Yeah.
You hit 3 or 4, you do good, you move on or you don't move on. But I think it's come a long way, and I think the current version, and like I said, strictly from an entertainment value, I think it's better. I think it's better for the fan. And the All-Star game being entertainment, when you get selected to an All-Star team, I want to go out there. I want to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits in the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids. But it's not that important to the overall. Once I'm playing back with my team and we're playing games for real, that's what matters. All-Star game, it's for the fans. And I have to look at it that way. Whatever they want, give it to them. And I think this current version is really good. It's kind of a wait and see. We'll see. I might have a change of heart like I have on a lot of these baseball rules that have been changed that I was a proponent of. And I come to watch it, and I like it. So I might like this new version. I might not. I think we'll see what happens in July with the new version.
Bleep them picks. Tampa Bay decided they weren't going to go all in on Darren Radish. 30-year-old offensive defenseman, not a huge guy. I think he's like 6'1". But they didn't want to give him the big fat deal that he was going to get in free agency because, well, he's 30, and you're not signing a guy who's had one great year to an 8-year deal, which is exactly what he got once traded to Toronto this morning from the Maple Leafs. The Lightning are only getting a 5th-round pick out of this deal. I wouldn't call it a salary dump. It's a preemptive salary dump, I guess. They weren't going to sign Radish to a long-term extension. So Radish gets an 8-year deal with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Pinky to the corner of your mouth like Dr. Evil. $8.5 million, which is a massive overpayment, at least in term, if not money. You're going to see this as the NHL and its owners and its GMs realize that this large jump in the cap is probably just indicative of more jumps in the cap now that they've got some quality national TV deals locked in. You're going to see this number continue to jump. And so teams are going to look at it and say, hey, we got the room. If I got to eat a Darren Radish deal in 3 or 4 years at $8.5 million, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it down the line. It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Winalda
Loud
yesterday...
opinions and money time moments. BetMGM tonight rolls on.
Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB Odds Boost token. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your Odds Boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. And we have some, maybe these are bets. They're a little juicy because it's part of our going streaking game that we play here. But we're going to tell you who we like to get a hit tonight as we just kind of ran over the MLB slate quickly between, what's going on in soccer, what's going on the diamond, plenty of action to get in on. So go take advantage of that Odds Boost token over at BetMGM. All right, it is time to go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
All right. If we look at the records on the show, these are for any games that are starting after 7 p.m. Eastern, a player to get a hit. That's all you have to do. Patton and Brad, they're on typically every night. We won't even go over their streak, although Brad does have a streak of 12 games, which is
impressive. Very impressive.
Yeah.
Monty, are you sweating?
Yes.
Of course he is. Monty has the streak to beat 14, Kate. So Brad's right behind him. So the fact that he took a day off today, it's like it makes it even worse because the anticipation is there.
The streak to beat. So at one point throughout the show, Monty had 14. That's impressive, Monty. I mean, I know you are kind of the baseball guru, but how does Brandon have -2?
I've been wrong 2 times in a row, Kate. Thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate that. That is
I just
awesome.
thought the streak resets like
it's called the
0, like you're just still at 0. I didn't know we were going into the negative.
I'm a Cubs fan, so I have my highs and I have my lows, just like my team. It's at one point I'll catch Monty though.
All right, well, sitting at -2, -2 streak, Brandon. We'll let you start. Who do you like tonight to get a hit?
I appreciate that. I'm going to get back on the winning side, on the right side, with Mr. Ben Rice tonight of the New York Yankees going up against the Cincinnati Reds. Has never faced the Reds, but does have 9 hits in his last 10 games. So I am going to ride the hot hand of Ben Rice.
Ben Rice. All right.
Fading
I like it. I can get behind
Rice.
it.
Okay, got it.
Monty, your current streak is 3. Can you get to 4 tonight?
That's the plan. We're taking Yordan Alvarez to do it. My 3rd highest rated hitter on my board today at batters-box.com. Elite matchup against Tanner Bybee. Over 200 games, Yordan has had an elite rating. He's getting a hit nearly 70% of the time, so I like that trend. And then I have 100% pitch coverage rating for Jordan today against Bybee, hitting well against literally every pitch that Bybee throws. So should be able to square up anything coming his way. And then I will also endorse Brandon's Ben Rice pick. I think that's a good one.
It's a good one, too. I do think it's a good one. I think we're rolling 2 for 2 right there. And anybody that has 100% plate coverage on the opposing pitcher's pitches, I think I like that person as well. As you might, I'm going to go with JJ Weatherholt. He's playing KC today. Seth Lugo's on the bump. Now, the interesting thing about this one is that Seth Lugo exited his last outing after getting a line drive off the head. Now, I'm not saying that has any effects on what his outing's going to be like today. It's just an interesting tidbit that you should know. But
never know.
My pick is more about volume than anything else, right? He's sitting at the top of the lineup, going to get 4 or 5 plate appearances. He's hitting above 260. So to me, I'm just trying to match up volume with a guy that got a hit in 7 of his last 10 games. So give me a guy that's playing well against a guy that might be a little fuzzy in Seth Lugo for the hit today, and hopefully we can make it 2 in a row for a streak, an actual streak.
Gabe fills in and picks a Cardinal. So Gabe, thank you, brother. It's been fun.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for showing
problem.
up. Always it's been good. Talk to you soon.
No worries. My wife will be happy. You know what I'm saying? But just make sure that you send the payment, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 hours, it's the same. So just let me know. Let me know, Brandon. I got you.
Yeah, not happening. You're not leaving me hanging for the next 4 hours, Gabe. I will not allow that to happen.
Got you.
I am going to toot my own horn here. 2 shows here on BetMGM tonight, 2 picks, 2 wins. We got a 2-hit streak going. We're looking to make it 3 in a row. I'm going Julio Rodriguez tonight against Ranger Suarez for the Red Sox. He has hit Suarez very well throughout his career. 5 hits at 6 at bats, and he's also hitting lefties pretty well. 270 against lefties, 242 right now against righties. That doesn't matter, but that's just saying he's hitting overall 249 pretty solid. So I'm going Julio Rodriguez. It's probably, I don't even know what it is if you took him just plainly to get a hit, if you actually bet it, it's probably pretty juicy. But all of these together, Gabe, the odds for all of these, if you take the 4 players that we have, it is plus 297 over at BetMGM, which is pretty good odds.
Now, I love a good parlay, and I love good odds, and I love good research behind parlays. And I think we checked all those boxes right now. I don't know if you can see, but I literally just pulled out my phone because I was like, that actually sounds like a really good parlay right there. So I'm laying it, Kate. And you know me, we've done plenty of shows together. When I pull out the phone, you know it's go time. You know what's happening when it's go time. Well, I'm trying to make a little bit of money while I'm over here. In case Brandon kicks me off the show, I got it.
My Julio Rodriguez, it's minus 260, so it is very juicy. But the point of this game is just for a hit streak. It's not necessarily for, why do I have to go for like a minus 150 or a plus money player? Like, I'm just trying to build my streak. So, yeah, it's kind of I don't know. It's kind of a bad pick if I'm trying to like really
No, you're
build the parlay.
This game is not called make the most money. This game isn't called make the most money and find the best odds. It's get a streak of people that get a hit, and I think you're doing just that. Don't worry about it. You're doing great.
All right. Plus 297 over at BetMGM for the 4. JJ Weatherholt to Julio Rodriguez, Jordan Alvarez, and Ben Rice. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, what did Tarek Skubal have to say this week about his team? We're going to discuss on the other side. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Ronaldo yesterday was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, and he said, look, nobody wishes injury on anyone, but if Ronaldo were to pop a hammy at this point, the rest of the Portuguese squad might look at each other and silently go, ooh, sigh of relief. We won't have to leave him out there anymore. Like, if Deshaun Watson got hurt in training camp, Jimmy Haslam would perform the most silent fist pump in his office that's ever been performed because they're stuck paying him. But they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. They simply, and I know there's a lot of people that look at it and go, well, just get rid of Watson. Just eat it. Do you realize how much they would have to eat right now if they just cut Deshaun Watson? We're talking like $125 million. And it doesn't get much better before next June 1st. I think even after next June 1st, it's still a bad cap number. Like next spring, they could cut Watson and it's still like an $85, $86 million dead cap number. They are so screwed in Cleveland being tied to Deshaun Watson. And they have so irrevocably hosed their cap situation. I had to really search the back of my brain there for a word that I could use on the air. Completely hosed their cap situation for the next several years because of this Deshaun Watson deal. This isn't a real competition. Watson's going to get the job. And look, I'm not totally sold on Shedeur either, but at the very least, you'd like to get a look at what you have and see if you think you can make it work. But that's another disastrous quarterback competition.
Opener. Yeah, no, Fetty's
for a wildly young team
Fetty pretty much
like the White Sox to come out the other end.
They know
I used
sucks,
the analogy
so
earlier, like Andy Dufresne crawling through the sewer pipe to get out of Shawshank. For them to come out the other end 6-5 in these 11 games, and now tied with the Guardians atop the AL Central, I think you got to look at the White Sox as legit, especially in an AL field that, let's be honest, it's not the most impressive. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the White Sox when I say they're 5 games over 500. As mentioned, 6-5 in these last 11, including the comeback win against the Yankees last night. And right now, they would be AL Central champs. Okay, I get it. It's mid-June. Long way to go. But 5 games over 500 in this American League, that's solidly in playoff position. When the final wild card in the American League is a game under 500, looking at you, Blue Jays, having that, I don't want to call it cushion, but that's what it is, having that lead puts the White Sox in a spot now where I don't think they have to sweat every series. Now, you don't want to go in the tank, obviously. And like I said, it's a young team. So you want to keep them focused. You want to keep them on the chase, so to speak. But right now, you look at the standings in the American League, and it's all teams that coming into the year, I think we would have considered legit in the AL. The Yankees, the Mariners, even the Rays. It only took a couple weeks for us to all look at each other and go, oh, yeah, the Rays are real again. The Guardians. Even the Blue Jays, like I said, sitting there a game under 500. The White Sox are legit.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome back. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you, filling in for Pat and Brad on this Friday, getting you ready for a fun weekend. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports, and this segment sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Gabe, some action in the AL Central right now, that division. It's interesting because I don't think it's where we're currently sitting right now is where too many people thought we'd be at this point in the season, especially with the White Sox leading the division right now. That was at least a surprise for myself.
You don't gotta say it. You don't gotta say it like that, Kate. You don't gotta say it like that.
Hey, it's been the White Sox have been a rough watch in Chicago over the last couple of seasons. That is objective right there. That's not a take. That's just a fact. But this year it's been fun. They've been a fun team to watch, and they're leading the division right now, or at least tied with the Guardians. 4.5 games up on the Minnesota Twins and 9.5 on the Royals and the Detroit Tigers. Gabe, Tigers have lost their last 2. Scooball, we talked about, is going tonight for Detroit. And already that game underway, right? We are underway, White Sox and Tigers, and it is 2-1 Tigers in the top of the second. But earlier this week, Tarek Scooball had some things to say about his team, and that being the Tigers have to, quote, turn it around and win some games or else. That kind of sounds like I mean, you have toddler, young children age, like do this or else. Right? Like it kind of sounds like a little kid or the parent being like, clean up your room or else no dessert tonight.
Yeah.
So what do we make of Scooball kind of like threatening the organization a little? I mean, essentially saying you keep losing. You're 9.5 games out of first. You're out of wild card spot. You keep losing. Like things are going to have to change, and the organization is probably going to make some pretty sizable moves at the trade deadline.
You know, when you're the premier pitcher, you know, in the league, and you see the premier teams around MLB sacrificing with billionaire owners and paying everyone, you want to be a part of that, especially when you're one of the best. Now, what you're doing initially is giving your team an opportunity to reach that mountaintop of what's in front of you. And to give Detroit credit, they've made moves. I don't know if they're necessarily the right ones, but again, you can ask teams like the Mets. It's extremely difficult to have all things hit at the same time and throughout the course of 162 plus the playoffs. But, you know, where the Tigers are at currently, this is what happens when you lose, right? Frustration settles in when your star pitcher is injured and things aren't clicking and the arms behind them aren't, you know, back. I mean, like, this is what happens. Frustration settles in. But there's one cure for it all, Kate. Winning. If you win, everything's okay. And like no one's going to care. We talk about, you know, a lot of teams here in the city of Chicago lose a couple 100-game seasons, fan base miserable. I don't know, finish being above 500 in the middle of June. I'm as happy as a clam. I could care less about the last 3 seasons for the Chicago White Sox. And I think the same thing holds true for your Tigers in that moment. When you see Scooball, do you see him as, because he seems like a loyal dude, do you see him as someone that will force his way out of Detroit? Or do you think that he'll you know, stick around and try to see this thing through?
I feel like at this point, he's ready to leave. I don't think you necessarily make those comments. Well, maybe you do. Maybe that's the pressure that you're putting on the organization by making those. You want to stay, but things are going to have to change if we keep losing, type of thing, where you're putting some pressure on because you want to win. But it does feel like there's been more drama than paradise with the Tigers and Scooball, especially going through arbitration last year. Like it feels like it's one of those marriages that's kind of, at this point, like they both still love each other, but it's just not really working out, and they're kind of getting sick of each other. So I don't know. I mean, I think we will know fairly quickly here if the Tigers continue to lose. They were swept by the White Sox earlier this season, swept by the Guardians at one point. Actually, twice essentially. Their last series just a couple weeks ago, one of those games was postponed. So I mean, won two of them or lost two of the three, and that third not being played. But I don't see this team making it back into the division prior to the trade deadline enough to be really competing where they're going to want to keep this group all together or add to it rather than blow it all up.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking at Detroit and their run differential, it's only at -10 right now. That's something that could bounce back easily in a few games where you look at them differently. And again, I would even say for them, right? Not that I'm trying to give them advice, and nor that they need it, but it's really just about winning series at this point, right? You don't need to sweep the White Sox in order to get back into contention. You're only 9.5 games out. It's the middle of June, and it's a bad division where only two teams are sitting above 500. So, you continue to win series, you pile those up, and then it creates that momentum internally. You fix the dugout in the clubhouse, and once you get, momentum on your side there, that's when you really can start putting things together, and, you can change the fortunes. And again, it's very easy to do that when you have an ace like School. All right, it's very easy to do that, knowing every 5 days you have an opportunity to win, or your highest opportunity, higher than most people could have in that situation. And again, you are going to be facing some of the teams in your division, and it's not as though the White Sox and Guardians are sitting at the top. That nobody thought that was going to be those would be the teams. People thought it was going to be the Tigers, the Twins, maybe the Royals, maybe Bobby Wood Jr. Where you're at, maybe we thought you were going to be a little bit higher in that division. So I mean, the Central as a whole is upside down, right? Everything's screwy there. But if you have a semblance of a professional Major League Baseball team, then you're going to find yourself as the crab that gets out of that barrel and wins your division and gets to the playoffs.
I just worry. You're right. Like with that division, it is all backwards, sideways, upside down with what expectations were. But if you look at Detroit's upcoming schedule, I mean, they host the Yankees. Then they go to the Yankees, their next three series with Houston in between there. And Houston hasn't been dominant this season by any means. They're under 500, but they play in a little bit more of a competitive division than the AL Central. So you just got to wonder if, two series with the Yankees over your next three, and then you have, you go to the Rangers, do all those losses kind of compound where this team starts to just not throw the towel in, but kind of think, okay, well, look where we're at right now with the losses compounding, and we all know what's coming at the deadline. Because I mean, then the first half of the season is nearly over.
It's every team understands, or every good GM, I should say, understands the life cycle of a team, and also where you're at, and where you ultimately end up being by the end of the season, so that you can reassess your squad. And that's simply where the Tigers are at right now. They found themselves in a moment where they said, we need to push all our chips in and go in for this elusive World Series. And it didn't work out. And, you have to listen. You can be, if you're a fan of the Tigers, I'm sure you're upset. If you're living in Detroit or you're living in the area, I get it. You're pissed. But you got to be, there's other markets that they wish their teams would go after it. They wish their teams would pull the trigger on certain moves to try to improve their squad. And sometimes they don't work out, but sometimes they do. And I think that's why you do it more often than not. And so if the Tigers find themselves in a situation where, again, they do get swept by the White Sox this weekend, a good GM is going to understand where he's at. And he's going to say, all right, well, I need to maximize value on Terry Skubal. I need to look at my minor league system, see who, in the event that I do move players, who's going to get some playing time, and how do I, refill the coffers? And what am I trying to get at this point? Is it just bodies? Is it? So again, I think they'll quickly find that out. And again, I have faith in their GM after moving on from someone that was, a little too close for comfort over there. Now they got someone that, I think isn't afraid to put his own stamp on this team. And, again, I think it'll. What do you think? I mean, okay, here's a better question. who do you think is going to give up a lot to get Skubal in the event that the White Sox do end up sweeping them this weekend?
I mean,
like,
the
is it a
Dodgers would go
rental or
after
is
him,
it a
right?
team that right?
No,
Like, is
I
it a
think it's a team
rental
that
or someone that wants them? Right.
I think it's someone that wants him. I've heard heard the Braves. I linked to him in terms of what they, their farm system, their prospects, but also at the start of the season, their farm system ranked one of the worst in baseball. MLB.com had him at 24, Fangraph had him at 27, but yet I also just read an article that the Braves think that they have one of the best, pools of prospects that they could essentially deal for Skubal. So I don't know. I mean, if they've really come a long ways from the start of the season when these rankings came out. Brandon, our producer, says Cubs, Dodgers, Yankees, Braves, Brewers a sleeper. I don't think the Cubs are going after him. I would love it if they did. That'd be awesome, I think, just for Chicago baseball, but I don't think that's happening. I think it's, the Dodgers, Yankees, Braves. I hadn't really thought of the Brewers yet, but.
Dodgers have a great farm system. I think the Cubs are always in play when you're thinking about, starting pitching and teams that feel as though they're a pitcher away from making a deep run, whether it's this year or in their window, so to speak. Brewers would be interesting, right? They moved off 2 of their starters this past season, and they seem to have a factory of pitchers. So to bring somebody in, but we just talked about GMs that are willing to go for it, right? And maybe you are willing to give up a top prospect for a short rental when you think that you can run away with the Central and potentially with Skubal make a run at the Dodgers, right? Milwaukee has been close. Let's not forget that. It's not like they're not content with just winning a couple, series and getting to the NLDS or CS. They want to go further, and they understand the limitations of their own team where it's at currently. And I love that move. Actually, I welcome it. I know Cubs fans out there or on this show, Brandon, will hate something like that, having them play for the Brewers, but I love it. I love teams that go for it, shake up Major League Baseball and get them the hell out of the AL Central. I deserve it.
That's a White Sox fan talking right there.
Yeah,
not a Cubs fan.
Get them out of the AL Central. We don't want them there.
Could you imagine Skubal and the Miz? Like, those are your top 2 pitchers for Milwaukee. That's not too. I mean,
again, what I mean, if you're Milwaukee, and again, we have a vision. We all have a vision when we gamble. You also have a vision when you're a GM or a president of a team, and you say, "Damn, if I have Skubal and the Miz as my 1-2 going into the playoffs, ay Dios mío lindo, like it is going to be hell for teams, including the Dodgers." So, and by the way, the Miz tonight pitching, they're minus 170. The Brewers are. So again, if you're a firm believer in your pitcher and maybe you pay the juice, I've been talking about it. Pay the juice. Okay, here I asked Brad Evans this question earlier in the week. Kate, I ask you, what's the most juice you're willing to pay on a bet to lay down like a money line bet? What's the most juice you're willing to pay? He said, I'll tell you his answer just so you can get like a baseline. He said the most he's willing to pay is like 150, 160. Minus 150, 160. He's like, anything over that, he doesn't want to pay it.
I mean, I'd probably pay minus 200. Maybe minus 250. I was going to go further than what Brad does. Like, if I'm that confident in something happening, there's some free money right there, Gabe. Free money, right?
You and I are the exact same. This is why we do shows together. It doesn't end up that way, but it's to your logic that you're saying. Like, if I'm super confident in this,
right,
and it's minus 250, but I'm damn sure this is gonna happen, who cares if I put up the 250 or lay the odds to get my money? It's gonna be free money that I'm getting.
It has to be something in my mind where, like, I think the line should be minus 500 and it's minus 250, and I'm like, oh, I know exactly what's happening in this game. that line, even at 250, is way too short. I'm laying it on that. That's kind of where my mind goes in all of that.
Yeah, see, because there's been a couple of teams where they're like minus 375 in the World Cup. And I'm like, I said it on the radio today. I said, if I have, here's a perfect one for you. Actually, we were talking about one on this show because I've said it several times over this course of the week. AJ DeBonsa at one point was minus 375 to be the number one pick in the draft. And I said, if you have 375,000 liquid and you just want a free $100,000, right? Like a free $100,000, you lay it on AJ DeBonsa going number one because no one else is going number one. I don't care what article comes out. It was in my group chat for my prep on the show today. And I was telling them, I was like, the article says like someone believes that they could. Yes, wonderful. I'm glad that you believe that they could take Darren Peterson. Anyway, the point is free money on the table. And sometimes when, you got to just take it. You got to take the money that's there with the odds that are there.
I mean, hey, NBA draft, Darren Peterson, he's only taken an interview with the Wizards, Gage. Does that, scary right there. He's planning
Absolutely
on going
not,
number
Kate.
one.
Kate, I'll never forget the most money I ever made out of the NBA draft was when Chet Holmgren and Paolo Banchero came out the same year. And were we doing shows then? I feel like
we might
made
have,
money.
but that was the year that things flip-flopped completely, right? And Paolo went number one, Chet number two.
Yeah. And then I just remember watching the NCAA tournament. I think it was you and I were doing the show together. Because I remember being like, oh, we're sitting here watching Paolo Banchero, which is without a doubt the best player in college basketball. And I said, oh, the Orlando Magic are not passing up on Paolo Banchero, laying the money down. And it was like plus money because Chet was getting up. So they're going to blow smoke and mirrors everywhere to try to get you to do things and move the market or find your best price. But AJ DeBonsa, don't be foolish, people, and lose your money betting on anyone else other than AJ with that first pick in the draft. It's silly to think anybody else will be there. Now the question is, Kate, do you have 375 liquid for you and I to go in on this thing?
I can't be laying that on the number one pick, and no, I do not have 375,000 liquid right now, or maybe at all. All right, 8:00 hour Central. We will be talking about the NBA draft, and we'll let Gabe go off a little bit more on AJ DeBonsa going number one and what's going on with Darren Peterson and the draft process. But on the other side, our blind rankings. Monty will throw out a team. We're going to rank the players on that team blindly. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. We will be right back.
What is, in general, the reaction to Darren Peterson refusing to work out for or talk with anyone other than the Wizards?
A big shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Because if you really like him and you really think he's the guy, you're going to pick him. And, Chris, I go back to think about Ace Bailey last year. I'm not going here. I'm not going there. Utah picks him. I'm not going. Hey, we're going to give you a bunch of millions of dollars. All right, twist my arm. So you always see it around draft time. Somebody doesn't want to go somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to work out somewhere. Fine. It feels like the league in general is like, we're going to call your bluff if we really believe in you. But I think it ties into the questions around Peterson all along, which is like, does he really want it? And those questions can only be answered when he gets on the floor and he starts doing his thing in the league. So in the short term, the whole I'm only working out in certain places. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens on draft night.
Assuming Danny Ainge and the Jazz jump on that, I called it a grenade. That's probably not fair. He's still maybe the best player in the draft. So I don't want to diminish Darren Peterson's talent. It's just the way, in my opinion, he's acted throughout the college basketball season and now again during this process. But assuming the Jazz jump on Darren Peterson, it looks like, according to most mock drafts, we're talking Cam Boozer to Memphis. We're talking Caleb Wilson to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago for just a second. What do you think Tiago Splitter is capable of with Caleb Wilson as sort of the pivot point on rebuilding that roster in Chicago?
The Portland people really grew to like him. And I mean, the people that were kind of around the team day to day, people in the organization, they just thought he acted very professionally. He handled the Chauncey situation about as well as you can. And he set that group up with some structure. Where I hesitate, Chris, to go from, all right, well, by all accounts, solid coach. Maybe he can grow more into the role. And the Bulls being able to take another step. The Bulls don't have a lot of talent. And if I have learned anything over the years in the NBA, you can hire whatever coach you want. And that coach is a big piece of the puzzle, as we saw with Mike Brown and the Knicks, taking them from step A to step B. But I say that because if you don't have talent, good luck. You don't have exactly what you need. So it feels like the Caleb conversation to Chicago has been in play for several weeks. And I think that is a good first step. But when you look at the rest of that roster and you go, all right, well, Josh Giddey's a nice player, and Buzelis, maybe he's getting a little bit better and he's still growing as a younger player himself. After that, you're like, yikes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space to grow in Chicago. I think Splitter's a fine hire, but I refuse to buy into all the hype that it is some sort of game-changing deal, because they don't have the players right now, and it takes a long time to build up enough to get those players in place.
The College World Series is a happy medium, in my opinion, between Major League Baseball and the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas, pure party fun. Major League Baseball, maybe still lacking a bit at times in the fun aspect, even though we got bat flips and, it's looser than it's ever been. College baseball, right smack dab in the middle. And I love the atmosphere that they have there in Omaha for the College World Series. Looking forward to the final this weekend.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. Hit us up on the phones, on the text line, 310-840-4910. We've been talking a little bit of the World Cup going on right now. Gabe has some bets. U.S. national team won earlier today. So a question for the show throughout that we would love to hear your answer on is, if the U.S. makes it to the quarterfinals, will that raise your level of excitement for the World Cup? Because let's be honest, there are a lot of casual fans, myself included, that just tune in for these games every 4 years. And it's very fun, but not necessarily fans that kind of follow the national landscape of soccer throughout the entire year. So let us know. Give us a call again, 310-840-4910. All right, gentlemen, it is time to play a little game of blind ranks. We will bring in our executive producer, Brandon Combs, to help us out.
What's going on, guys? Kate, you like the hat tonight?
I love the hat, Brandon. You look fantastic. Iowa
Gotta
Hawkeye hat,
represent.
nothing better.
Yes, daughter's going to University of Iowa, so I was like, you know what? I guess I'm a honorary
get
Hawkeye
smart.
fan. Yeah.
She's going she's gonna love it. She's also gonna drink a lot. Just warning you. Just warning you.
Yeah. I already know this. I already know that this is going to happen. And you know what? I was young once too, so I just hope she makes smarter decisions than I did. That's all. That is all. All right. Are you guys ready to play some blind ranks?
Let's do it.
All right. So the way this one's going to work, I'm going to give you guys a random team. You guys, Kate, we'll start with you. You'll fill out either a quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end, or defense from that team. Then Gabe will have to take something else from that team. And then in the following round, we'll just swap. Gabe will go first, so that way we'll make it fair for both of you guys. Are you guys ready to fill out your roster?
Never been more ready.
All right.
Gabe, you're
Kate.
muted.
Ready.
Kate, we are going to go with the New England Patriots first. Which position would you like from the Patriots?
New England Patriots. Let me see here. Oh, dang. I don't like that one going first with that.
You want to trade your
I
first
really
pick
don't
point.
like that.
It's the whole
for
point.
my second pick?
I'll go AJ Brown. I forgot he's a
A.J.
New England
Brown.
Patriot now.
Good call.
Wow.
Good call.
I'm going to take their defense.
Ooh.
Passing up Drake May, who Kate knows I love, for the defense.
You're banking on there's a team in here with a better quarterback, which there might be.
Yep.
There might be. So, Gabe, you're going to go first here. The Chicago Bears. Gabe Ramirez,
Caleb,
the Chicago Bears.
Let me listen. It didn't take you long to talk about a team with a better quarterback. Let me get Caleb Williams, please.
Iceman, as we like to call him here in Chicago. Iceman.
I'm gonna go Colson Loveland, tight end.
Ooh, I like that pick too. All right, Kate.
Okay.
All right, so third team here, we will go with, and Kate, it's your turn to go first. We will go with the Houston Texans.
Ooh. I'm gonna go. I feel like I got to go defense there.
I mean, what else are you going to go right there? What else are you going to...
All right. Well,
What
David
else are you gonna
Montgomery is
do?
now the running back. I mean, I think
Yeah.
my RB
good luck there.
position, I can get something else. So yeah, Texans defense, easy.
Okay.
All right. Well, I am going to go. I already have Caleb Williams and my Patriots defense. So I am going to go Dalton Schultz. Can I get some good hands in a TE 1.4, please?
Dalton Schultz. I like it. All right. Kate. Or I'm sorry, Gabe.
Nah, Gabe.
The next team is the Los Angeles Rams.
Ooh, give me. I gotta go.
You have running back and wide receiver
Ooh.
left.
I know. I am gonna go. Damn, do I trust there to be a better wide receiver? But Caleb Williams could throw it to anybody. I'm gonna go Kyron Williams. Give me my RB1. We talked about him having over 10 touchdowns this year in fantasy. We also talked about the fact that, even though, they have more weapons this year, better defense, they're going to be running the rock late in games. Kyron Williams, give it to me, baby. Who you got, Kate?
I got to go MVP, man. Matthew Stafford, quarterback. MVP of the
Matthew
league last
Stafford.
season.
This is why I lose at fantasy
Give me-
football. Your team already looks better than mine. Damn it.
Yeah,
That's-
it kind of does. Can't
That's a good
deny
choice.
that.
So far, Kate has Matthew Stafford at quarterback, A.J. Brown at wide receiver, Colston Loveland at tight end, and the Texans defense. Now, this final team, you are going to have to go with a running back, Kate, and you get to go first. Your running
matter.
back is going to come from the Kansas City Chiefs. Should have waited on
gosh.
quarterback.
Ooh.
Yeah, who do they even have at running back these days? Is it still Kenneth Walker?
Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker,
I was
Super
gonna
Bowl
say, Isaiah
MVP.
Pacheco, yeah, Kenneth Walker. Talk about MVP for Matthew Stafford. I got 2 MVPs, 1 regular season,
Wow.
1 Super Bowl.
Wow.
Gabe, you're toast.
Gabe,
Yeah,
wide
and-
receiver from the Kansas City Chiefs.
I'm gonna take Travis Kelce. Not just I'll take good old. Oh man, this is a bad team, guys. This is a bad team. I guess I have to take Rashee Rice, right? I mean,
This is
Hey.
one of those
Xavier
where you
Worthy.
wish
He's out of
that
jail.
you had left your quarterback open.
Mhm.
That's
But you
one
had
of
to
those.
take Caleb. You had to take Caleb. I would have taken Caleb too.
yeah,
if
you guys
that one
set
popped
me up for you guys set me up in the segment here, guys. This was what happened there. Set
But
me up
see,
in
that's the whole
segment.
beauty of like a blind rank, right? Is because you don't know what's coming next. So you're just like, man, if I wait, you might have something here. If I don't, like you didn't. I mean, it could have been the Jets being last, and then if you passed on all the quarterbacks, now you're stuck with the Jets. And
The
I mean, I
crazy
was a
thing
little-
is, though, guys. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Kate.
I was a little nervous to pass on Drake May, but here we are.
yeah,
I know. Here we are, and I think the good thing is that my team still goes 17-0. Caleb Williams under center makes sense to me. Rashee Rice and Caleb Williams, Hall of Fame duo. You mean you talking about those guys? AJ Brown. Good luck having him be a cancer in your locker room.
Yeah, and
Kenneth
that's a
Walker.
good point.
Yeah.
You have
But
the
the Texans
ultimate
defense is
teammate
nasty.
Matthew Stafford with AJ
Yeah,
Brown.
I'll make everybody
Not to
better.
say he's not a good teammate,
I mean, look at
but
that. That's a
there have
great team. Your weakest pick is Colston Loveland by far. I'm not on the Colston Loveland train. I know a lot of
been-
people
No,
are. I'm not on it. So
why not?
And
Gabe?
that's your-
He didn't show you enough last year.
I think in Chicago we do this thing where we overhype players and then we get angry that they don't live up to our expectations. And we've done it
Wow.
with our whether they guys that play on defense, etc. I mean, just look at our quarterbacks, our last several quarterbacks. So I think Colston Loveland, where he's good, I think that he's not as good as people are making him out to be. Like, remember, let's not forget, this is the same position that the Bears thought they had a top 5 tight end in a couple of years ago with Cole Kmet. Everybody was like, Cole Kmet, oh my God, he could block, he could catch. With Caleb Williams, he's gonna be a stud. And now everybody's like, well, Cole Kmet who? Cole Kmet, I don't even know who that guy is. Like, who's Sam Roush? Have you heard of him? Like, don't give me this, you know what I mean? So my thing is, I think at times, you know, that we overhype players, and I think he's good. I can't just make him elite out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Are you taking Colston Loveland in the 4th round as a tight end
yes,
of your fantasy draft?
yes, absolutely.
That's wild. That's a wild statement.
Yeah, I probably would too. I think I would.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's wild.
I
4th
mean,
round is
yes.
wild.
Especially with the way that this Bears offense is designed, and especially now with the way it looks like they're going to be running a lot of 13 personnel. And as much as I believe in Ben Johnson's offense, and as much as I believe in Caleb Williams, I mean, why wouldn't you take Colston Loveland in the 4th round as a tight end? I mean, out of all the tight ends, if you go tight end by tight end, if you were to go through the league and all the tight ends right now in the league, you would probably take Colston Loveland in the top 5 somewhere, right?
I think I can name 5 tight ends that I'd rather have over
Would
Colston
you-
Loveland easily.
Wow.
Do you still
Okay.
think Cole Kmet is above Colston Loveland, Gabe? Like, do you prefer Kmet?
No, not at all. again, this is what I'm talking about, though, right? Like you got a Super Bears meatball right here, right? And the way they talk about Colson Loveland, it's true, though, right? Am I wrong, Brandon? Right? You're just like me. You're a meatball like me.
No, not at all. Like I'm honest. When the teams are good, they're good, and when they're bad, they're bad. Like I'll be honest when the team is bad. Like I have no problem.
Okay.
We had this conversation the other night, Gabe. Like if you want me to talk bad about a team, let's talk
You said
Cubs,
Cubs.
because I could be very
You said
honest about
Cubs,
Jed
right.
Hoyer and talk Cubs, right? Like, but
Yeah.
I honestly I believe Colson Loveland is a top 5 tight end right now, and I think that Colson Loveland by the end of this season will be a top 3 tight end in this league.
Is he going to be leading the Bears in receiving?
I think so. I do.
That's what I'm saying. To me, that's a wild statement. Like if your tight end is leading your team, like for this team, if he's leading it in receiving, that's not a good thing. You don't want Colston Loveland leading this team in receiving. You want Roma Dunze at some point to step up and be that 1A receiver. You want Luther Burden to be someone to step up and lead the team in receiving. If it's Colston Loveland, the Bears are in trouble. I'll tell you that right now.
I think Burden's your wide receiver 1. I do. I think he's going to be your wide receiver 1 for Chicago. I don't think that you're looking when you look at the Bears and the way that they're doing. I don't think Rome's the number 1, and I do think that Luther Burden can be.
If I hadn't taken Colson Loveland and say I had a wide receiver open, I already had AJ Brown. Who would you have taken for the Bears, Gabe? Would you have taken Rome? Because I'm not going to take their defense. You would have taken Rome?
Yeah. I would have taken. I probably would have taken.
I'm not going to take Swift.
Yeah.
There's better running backs out there.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I have a love-hate relationship with the Bears too. You know what I'm saying? I want them to be great. I think that I want, and I, like I said, I too, the only reason I'm pointing it out, guys, and I want to be very clear, right? I'm not calling it out because I'm only calling it out because it's something that I've done, right? I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of overvaluing my Chicago Bears and being hurt time and time again. And now that I am an adult, I can look at these things objectively and, really place them against the landscape of the NFL. And I think that's where I'm at right now with it. So I've been hurt before, guys. I've been hurt before. That's all it is. I'm just protecting my heart.
All right, blind
Bears
ranks.
Traumatic stress disorder.
Once again, my team: Matthew Stafford, Kenneth Walker, AJ Brown, Colson Loveland, and the Texans defense. Gabe has Caleb Williams, Kyron Williams, the Williams twins. They are not twins whatsoever. Rashid Rice, Dalton Schultz, and the Patriots defense. Sorry, Gabe. I'm gonna go ahead and crown myself champion of the blind ranks tonight. I think you would agree, though. You'll concede to me.
Yeah. Hey, absolutely. Have you ever won a fantasy football championship, Kate?
Yes, one a couple years ago, and I've finished second a couple times. But I've also finished I've never finished last, but I've also finished kind of middle of the pack.
Yeah. Finishing last, you have to not care.
Leagues every year. Yeah, right. I set my lineup every week. I do my research. I try. I put forth my best effort.
Yeah. I think I always try to gauge people. They say like you can tell someone or what someone is like based off how they play on the basketball court. And then I feel like you can always tell a little bit by how many fantasy football championships they've won. Like if you're the fun guy I'm always at the bottom every year. It's fun, man. Or I feel like, no, I've won the last 2 years back to back.
I get too competitive, especially when I'm in an all girls league. Cause the girls like to get involved too. But of all the girls that I'm friends with, I mean, I work in sports. I host sports shorts. I like to think I know the most about sports. When I lose in those leagues, and I have lost in them before, I get really angry.
Yeah.
It does not sit well with me. It's a bad taste in my mouth. So
shout out to all the boyfriends that help out the girls in the all girls leagues.
That pisses me off too. It does. When someone comes that I know has no idea who this ex running back on
great
whatever
pickup.
team is, I'm like, okay, come on. Yeah, right.
Hey, I do want you to know we do it reluctantly, right? This is not something that we're actively in our girlfriends or wives, apps trying to fix their lineups. Now, occasionally we will if we reach a level of frustration and we see that they haven't made moves or they're losing and they're bad. You're like, here, let me fix your team. We do it out of pity. But in terms of doing it every week, setting a lineup, no, yeah, trust me, there's women out there that will reward you handsomely for helping out with lineups. And men are
Yeah.
simple creatures, and we have no problem helping.
Hey, you want your women to win as well. All right, we got to take a quick break here, Gabe. Coming up on the other side, we will go over some score updates throughout. Well, Major League Baseball got a bunch of games going on, and the World Cup as well. And then we're talking NBA draft. That's around the corner as well. This is Westwood One Sports with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
What are you personally a fan of in the Derby?
Well, I guess I'll put it into two different little categories. First of all, as a fan, I watch the Derby now as an ex-player. And I'm not going to sit here and say I watch the Derby start to finish. That would be misleading the audience. But I check in. I think the sentiment around, I think today's fans, the younger fans, they love it. I think it's really entertaining being on the clock. It puts a little pressure on the guy throwing BP, although the BP has come closer. Normal BP was about 45 feet in my day. Seems like it's about 10 feet away. So throwing strikes is a little bit easier. But I like the entertainment value. I like hearing he hit 74 in round 3. But I think that's what guys like. Now, as a participant, I did 2. I did 1 and 01 and I did 1 and 03. I don't want to talk about the 1 and 03 because I swung and missed. I blame that on the BP pitcher. I liked our version because it was a little bit, you didn't have to take as many swings. You had 10 outs.
Yeah.
You hit 3 or 4, you do good, you move on or you don't move on. But I think it's come a long way, and I think the current version, and like I said, strictly from an entertainment value, I think it's better. I think it's better for the fan. And the All-Star game being entertainment, when you get selected to an All-Star team, I want to go out there. I want to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits in the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids. But it's not that important to the overall. Once I'm playing back with my team and we're playing games for real, that's what matters. All-Star game, it's for the fans. And I have to look at it that way. Whatever they want, give it to them. And I think this current version is really good. It's kind of a wait and see. We'll see. I might have a change of heart like I have on a lot of these baseball rules that have been changed that I was a proponent of. And I come to watch it, and I like it. So I might like this new version. I might not. I think we'll see what happens in July with the new version.
Bleep them picks. Tampa Bay decided they weren't going to go all in on Darren Radish. 30-year-old offensive defenseman, not a huge guy. I think he's like 6'1". But they didn't want to give him the big fat deal that he was going to get in free agency because, well, he's 30, and you're not signing a guy who's had one great year to an 8-year deal, which is exactly what he got once traded to Toronto this morning from the Maple Leafs. The Lightning are only getting a 5th-round pick out of this deal. I wouldn't call it a salary dump. It's a preemptive salary dump, I guess. They weren't going to sign Radish to a long-term extension. So Radish gets an 8-year deal with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Pinky to the corner of your mouth like Dr. Evil, $8.5 million, which is a massive overpayment, at least in term, if not money. You're going to see this as the NHL and its owners and its GMs realize that this large jump in the cap is probably just indicative of more jumps in the cap now that they've got some quality national TV deals locked in. You're going to see this number continue to jump. And so teams are going to look at it and say, hey, we got the room. If I got to eat a Darren Radish deal in 3 or 4 years at $8.5 million, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it down the line.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back into BetMGM Tonight. Thanks for spending your evening here with us as we get you set for the weekend. We have Gabe Ramirez in the house today. I am Kate Constable. You're listening to Westwood One Sports. Yeah.
One leg of the parlay already down. Ben Rice 3-run homer.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know.
That was was our streaking parlay that we all put together. Who else do we need? You streaked it.
We need
that was yours?
Jordan Alvarez. No, that was Brandon's.
No, that was Brandon. Okay, Brandon's no longer at -2. He's back to 1.
That's great.
You're back above water, Brandon.
He doesn't have a streak yet. You got to put 2 together. I'm chasing one, but we have Jordan Alvarez. That was Manny's. Yours was Julio Rodriguez. I had JJ, and then we have Brandon with Ben Rice. So,
all right.
Okay.
Well, we're looking good so far. Hey, 1 down, 3 more to go. I might have been a little off on the over on the Tigers-White Sox game, Gabe. We're in the top of the 5th. Only 3 total runs, 2-1 Tigers, but Scooble's been dealing. He threw 4 innings, 6 strikeouts so far. So the good old White Sox not really getting to Scooble at all.
Guys, no. This was the game plan that I just talked about. I said he's not going to pitch past 6 innings. So it said score a run or 2. That's what I said. Score a run or 2, and then get to the thing. They scored a run and they keep it 2-1. Bullpen comes out. White Sox have the superior bullpen. They can get this thing done.
Yeah, but I need runs. I need more runs.
Yeah, but Scooble's on the mound still. You gotta wait till that guy gets out of there.
I need him to.
What's it paying right now? What's it paying right now, Kate? Sox. Look at the Sox to win, even though they're down a run and Scooble's on the mound. They're only plus 110. Sox are just plus 110 right now to win. So they know what's gonna happen, and it's because it's top of the 5th, no outs, man on first and third. White Sox got man on first and third, no outs.
Gotta love that. All right, hopefully some runs here. Get back into the game a little bit. Cubs won earlier today, 16-2 over the Blue Jays. Cubs bats finally got going over these last 2 games. We have Yankees up 4-0 on the Reds in the second. Marlins and Giants tied in the second at 1 apiece. Nats up 2-0 on the Rays. What did I say, Gabe? Nats on the road.
You said it. Nats.
I liked them.
That's win. Plus money too. That was plus money. Yeah. I love plus money bets. Love it. Lay it down.
You know, Gabe, you kind of love all bets because you lay a lot of juice bets too, and you also love the plus money bets. And I don't hate that for you. In fact, I really enjoy that for you. I think that's a good thing.
I will say this. The thing is this, guys, right? You know, you go to the casino, you make a lot of money, and you just gamble willy-nilly when you make it. It might go back down to 0, but you had a good time. And when I like to bet, right, you got to know who you're listening to, ladies and gentlemen. Know who you're listening to. If you're listening to me, I'm a shoot from the hip kind of a guy. I like to have a good time. But I am hitting 60%. So like I said, without a doubt, I'm a positive gambler. You it's just your job to pick the right 60%. Not my job. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
If you go to the casino and okay, so you go to the casino, you put your bets in at the sports
Yes.
book, whatever, but also like the zillion other games you can play. Where are you going? Are you going to blackjack? You going to the craps tables? What are you doing?
So first thing, it depends on how much money I'm coming to the casino with, Kate. But if I got if I have a lot of money, actually it doesn't matter. I'm going to the craps table first because that's where you can spend the least amount of money and spend the most amount of time. So at least I can like get my bearings underneath me. Now you might lose your money quickly if you betting out crazy. But you could sit back. I could check the shooter. I could skip around. I could just bet only the inside. It's like you have fun there. Now after that, I try to avoid roulette. Roulette, I only go there if I'm up money. You know what I'm saying? Roulette is like
So
me
you go
paying
there
the
to lose
juice.
it all?
I
feel
go
like
there
roulette
double it up.
or double
it up. Now, when I want to win money, I just go play blackjack. For whatever reason, I always win money when I play blackjack. So I'll go craps just to kind of have some fun. If I'm chasing and I want to go home disappointed and depressed, I go roulette. And then if I want to win my money, I keep it right there on blackjack. And poker, I see Brandon talking about some poker. That's the thing. He says 6 to 8 hours in the poker room. That's the thing. If me and my wife are fighting, definitely in the poker room. It's like therapy. I am lost in the sauce. I am only thinking about, the person giving me a massage and whether I'm going to get a tea or a coffee my next round. So yeah, poker room for sure. What about you, Kate?
I'm blackjack only. I don't know how to play craps. I've never played craps before. I need to learn. I know it's a very fun game. But I've even just learned how to smartly play blackjack in the last couple of years. My first trip to Vegas, bachelorette party, it was like one of the first girls to get married. We're early 20s. We're like going nuts. And I sit down at a blackjack table thinking I know what I'm doing. And I didn't at that point understand you're playing against the dealer there, like obviously, but here I am like 22
Right.
blonde, dumb Kate, thinking she knows what she's doing in the casino. So I stick to blackjack now. Now I know what I'm doing. Now I know I've been winning the last couple times I've gone, so I feel good. I feel confident there. But I got to learn how to play some of these other games. Everyone says craps is awesome, but I don't know how to play it.
But here's the tip, right? When you go to the blackjack table, or to the craps table, you let's say if you change, $100 or whatever, right? You have them give you 90 and then 10 in singles, 10 in ones, right? And then every time you hit, you throw them one from the very beginning for giving you change. They're going to be like, where do you want me to place this? And you're like, no, that's for you. And you're like, oh, thanks. That's right. They're going to be joyful. And then you're going to tell them, hey, but you know what? I don't really know too much about this. So if you could help me out, they're going to be like, oh, absolutely. Remember, you won them over already because you tipped them. You didn't even do anything. And now every time you win, you take one of those little dollars and you give it to and they're going to love you. Why? Because all the little cheap butts that are all around that room, they ain't tipping anything. And the fact that the nice young lady came through with a little dollar chip and they bang it on the little bucket and they put it inside. And now they'd have no problem telling you and even moving your money. They'll tell you like the better odds you should play. Like they'll guide you along to play the right stuff. So start with the dollar tip.
That is a great strategy because I do kind of pop up to the table like a dumb little blonde girl. And I think they look at me and they're like, oh, this chick's got no idea what she's doing. And I really do have no idea what I'm doing. So they're correct in that, but I'll grease them up a little with some ones.
Yeah. Sometimes Lady Luck could be on your side, and then that way you could just kind of win some money. And sometimes those are the people you ride. You ride the people that walk up to the table and they're hot, Kate. Just like right now, we're about to be hot with these picks for the rest of the night. I can feel it.
More picks coming throughout the rest of the show here, including who are we picking in the NBA draft? Who's going number 1, 2, 3, 4? Maybe they're set, maybe they're not. We're going to tell you what we think on the other side. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Ronaldo yesterday was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, and he said, look, nobody wishes injury on anyone, but if Ronaldo were to pop a hammy at this point, the rest of the Portuguese squad might look at each other and go, silently go, ooh, sigh of relief. We won't have to leave him out there anymore. Like, if Deshaun Watson got hurt in training camp, Jimmy Haslam would perform the most silent fist pump in his office that's ever been performed because they're stuck paying him. But they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. They simply, and I know there's a lot of people that look at it and go, well, just get rid of Watson. Just eat it. Do you realize how much they would have to eat right now if they just cut Deshaun Watson? We're talking like $125 million. And it doesn't get much better before next June 1st. I think even after next June 1st, it's still a bad cap number. Like next spring, they could cut Watson and it's still like an $85, $86 million dead cap number. They are so screwed in Cleveland being tied to Deshaun Watson. And they have so irrevocably hosed their cap situation. I had to really search the back of my brain there for a word that I could use on the air. Completely hosed their cap situation for the next several years because of this Deshaun Watson deal. This isn't a real competition. Watson's going to get the job. And look, I'm not totally sold on Shedeur either, but at the very least, you'd like to get a look at what you have and see if you think you can make it work. But that's another disastrous quarterback competition. For a wildly young team like the White Sox to come out the other end, I used the analogy earlier, like Andy Dufresne crawling through the sewer pipe to get out of Shawshank. For them to come out the other end 6-5 in these 11 games, and now tied with the Guardians atop the AL Central, I think you got to look at the White Sox as legit, especially in an AL field, let's be honest, it's not the most impressive. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the White Sox when I say they're 5 games over 500. As mentioned, 6-5 in these last 11, including the comeback win against the Yankees last night. And right now, they would be AL Central champs. Okay, I get it. It's mid-June. Long way to go. But 5 games over 500 in this American League, that's solidly in playoff position. When the final wild card in the American League is a game under 500, looking at you, Blue Jays, having that, I don't want to call it cushion, but that's what it is, having that lead puts the White Sox in a spot now where I don't think they have to sweat every series. Now, you don't want to go in the tank, obviously. And like I said, it's a young team. So you want to keep them focused. You want to keep them on the chase, so to speak. But right now, you look at the standings in the American League, and it's all teams that coming into the year, I think we would have considered legit in the AL. The Yankees, the Mariners, even the Rays. It only took a couple weeks for us to all look at each other and go, oh, yeah, the Rays are real again. The Guardians. Even the Blue Jays, like I said, sitting there a game under 500. The White Sox are legit.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
NBA draft just days away. This is one of the deeper drafts, I guess you could say, or maybe. You agree with that?
Yeah, that's the right phrase.
I was going to say more top heavy, but it's like top heavy.
So
deep. There's not just.
This is one of the more talented drafts, Kate, that there's been in quite some
that's
time.
That's a good way of putting it. You don't have like a Wemby coming out of it. You've got a couple different Wembys. Well, maybe not quite as big as Wemby.
I mean,
it's not a draft Do you think DeBanza is like a franchise-altering player?
Yes, 100%. AJ DeBanza is that dude. I mean, this is a guy. Like when you watch them in college, there are a handful of guys that stand out, right? That it's like what happens on every level, right? Like you play rec league basketball, then you go to a team, and if you dominate that, then you make your high school squad. And if you dominate that, now you're playing AAU, you dominate that, you're going to college, you dominate that, you're going to the pros. AJ DeBanza has done that at every level. And now he's being considered to be the number one pick in the draft. And he was only a freshman that got paid a ton of money to go to BYU and hoop for a little bit before he went to the NBA. So I think what people look at, and we talked about being an adult a lot lately on this show, Kate, you and I. When you get to your adult age, and you understand now what 20 to 30 looks like because you've now lived it. And you see a 21-year-old kid that is dominant. You're like, oh, damn. When this guy's 25, 4 years from now, that he has 4 years of experience in the NBA, he's going to be a problem when he gets his man body. And I think that's what you're seeing with a guy like AJ DeBanza, where he's already imposing and he's not even, fully developed yet. So, for me, there's no doubt about it. He's going to be an imposing force in the NBA, top one pick. And at minus 375, Kate, if I had 375K in liquid, I'd lay it down right now to make a free 100. Please.
Okay, so AJ DeBanza, you're right. Give him 5 years, put on a little muscle, and what can he become there? Darren Peterson right now, plus 290 to go number one. Darren Peterson all throughout the college basketball season dealt with that cramping stuff, came out and said, what was it? He was taking too much creatine or something?
Yeah,
something crazy like that?
Too much creating. Yeah, I said it was something like that. I said it afterwards.
So apparently that's not going to be an issue going forward in the NBA. He's slated on the odds board to go number 2 overall. But he's also and we've seen this before with some players. It happened last year. I'm blanking on the name, but the Utah. I mean, this just keeps happening with Utah.
Ace
that
Bailey?
No one wants to interview with the Jazz. Ace Bailey, thank you. Everyone's foregoing any interviews, any workouts with the Jazz. So Darren Peterson is only taking an interview with the Washington Wizards. I feel like that's becoming more of a norm, but if I'm a GM, that's a little off-putting to me, right? Like, does that bother you at all? Or is that just within the basketball world and front offices, they kind of just know what these players are, know what they have. So like if a guy decides he doesn't want to interview with you, there doesn't really turn them off a whole lot where they're going to say, we're not going to draft you because of it.
I just think the landscape of the game is changing when it comes to that kind of stuff. You see it in the NFL where guys don't want to work out. Guys don't want to be at the combine. Guys aren't going to throw. Yeah. Guys aren't going to interview with teams. And
they only do it at their school's pro day. Like that's becoming basically the new draft.
And I think before, the power was in the hands of the franchise and the power of the school that was going to be signing the individual. And now with NIL and, exposure the way that it is, like a guy like Caleb Williams, right? Multi-millionaire. AJ DeBanza's rich. He doesn't need that as much, right? But so like you got to talk to him a little bit differently than you would a regular individual. And so I think, a guy like AJ DeBanza, he's like, yeah, I think I'm the best player in the draft. So I will only meet with the Wizards because that's where I think I belong. And if anybody else wants to take me up, if I don't go 1, then whoever gets me, and they're going to get the best player possible. Like, I'm sure that's what he's thinking in his head in terms of psyche. When it comes to his like creatine use and cramping and that kind of stuff, it's like, dude, you're going to the NBA. Like, you're not going to be responsible for your own nutrition. You're not going to be like,
Right.
there's a $1 billion franchise. You're going to have people lined up taking care of you 24/7. Like, I'm not worried about that. We got to remember, like, although they've made money in the short term in basketball, they're still young adults, right? Not kids. They're young adults. And at times, we've all been 21, 22 years old. You make stupid mistakes that you learn from and that mold you eventually. And I think Darren Peterson, from what he's gone through over the last year at Kansas, it is nothing more than a situation that he's going to learn from and grow from. And hopefully he has the right people around him when he gets to an organization that can handle that and put him in the right position to succeed. Are you part of the group? What side are you on when it comes to Darren Peterson and his polarizing character?
I mean, I think the kid's extremely talented. I think he's going to have a great NBA career. I thought it was weird throughout the season when he would pull himself from games, and just the fact that he couldn't consistently stay on the floor. And for all of the, coaches know the ins and outs of everything that's going on with their teams. Like, I was just there was always some missing piece of, like, why doesn't anyone know what's happening with this kid? Like, why does Bill Self even sometimes look confused when Peterson essentially takes himself out of games? Like, there was always a missing piece. I mean, if the creatine thing is legit, and it sounds like maybe it is, and he mismanaged that, like, fine. I think, to your point of, he's not going to have to worry about any of that stuff going forward, because NBA teams have all of that stuff done for them. So I think if he can kind of put that chapter behind him and move forward, I don't see why he can't have a great NBA career and be, I mean, not right away be a 2-3 on a team, but at some point, I mean, who knows? Could he be a number 1 on a team eventually? Why not? If he continues to develop, like, certainly. And I think in most other drafts, like, you even have the top 4 players that are kind of slotted already into those, draft positions, with Debanza, Peterson, Cam Boozer, Caleb Williams, Wilson rather. And then you also have Darius Acuff, who's floating around there. Like, any other draft, they all could go number 1 if it's not quite as deep or as talented as this draft. So I think of those 4/5 players, they're all going to make pretty big impacts with whatever team they land. But yes, to circle back to your initial question, I'm fine with Darren Peterson. And when he was playing and he was able to play to, full speed and full strength, he was pretty damn good last year. So I mean, if he goes number 2 to the Jazz, I think they got a great pick.
Yeah, he's going to be someone that's going to be able to fill up the stat sheet, on the offensive side. I think it's about getting him into a good situation. You think about the Utah Jazz, right? Ace Bailey, a young star who didn't want to be there either, right?
Yeah.
And so, but he's learning the culture. You got Lauri Markkanen. You got JJ from Memphis, comes on over to be the big body. And so if you're the guard that's tasked with leading the team, right? Because there really is no true alpha in Utah. Markkanen could put up 30 points, but we saw him in Chicago. He's still not that alpha take over a game in the playoffs type guy. Darren Peterson can be that. I've likened him to Gilbert Arenas. So I think he's a perfect fit in Utah and really could change the franchise as a whole. They've done a great job creating a roster with talent, but I think every roster for that matter is devout of a superstar. And so to get a Darren Peterson, like you mentioned, that could potentially grow into that, I think that they'll be happy to get him. And I think he'll be happy to go there as well, right? Because then he'll realize that he's the superstar, which is, I think, what he wants, on the team that is good, like immediately. Like, they'll be at least top, or, they won't be top 4, but they could be, 6 through 9, or find themselves in the play-in for sure, with Darren Peterson there. And who knows what could happen once you get in there. But I look at him at plus 290, and I'm thinking, right, because it's tantalizing if you're like, okay, well, if you're trying to read the script of Vegas, right, and it's like, all right, Debanza's minus 375, but Peterson's 290. Are they trying to tell me a story that I could make some money on Peterson right now? Right, like, they're trying to sell you on a dream, and it's like, I don't know. The nightmare is right there in front of you. The juice that everyone so much likes to avoid. And for me, it's like, It's a no-brainer, guys. It's a no-brainer. AJ Devontae, number one pick. They've been telling you this for a year already. A year. They've been since before AJ got into college. They were telling you he's gonna be the number one pick. Then he went to college and handled business to the point where everybody said he's gonna be the number one pick, and now he's only minus 375. Again, I don't know how you guys like to spend your little, units, but I like to spend my little units on sure things. I like money and I like sure things, and so I like this draft pick for me.
So AJ Debanza in Gabe's book is going number one overall. Okay, so the Wizards, like, low key could be kind of legit next season. You have, well, I guess what depends on what Trae Young does, or if you're a fan of
Right.
Trae Young. But I'm pulling up there as I say.
Yeah, they
could
got
be
Anthony.
legit.
They got Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis.
Right.
You've got, yeah, this is not good. You have Alex Sarr. Okay, fine. Okay, now that I look at this, I'm like, okay. But if you have Trae Young, Anthony Davis, and AJ Debanza, like those three right there,
Solid three.
That's a solid three.
Solid three.
That's a better three than
Solid
a lot of other
three.
teams in the league have.
Yeah, solid three. It'd be awesome if they could do maybe like a sign and trade situation with Trae Young, just to get some sort of assets for him. I don't know if they'll necessarily want him there. You might want to, I don't know, maybe like more of like a Mike Conley type point guard, someone that can just show him the ropes and be there and be a good mentor, as opposed to someone who, still has championship aspirations. And not that the Wizards can't in the short term. I just think it'll be an immense amount of pressure to place on a rookie to come in the first year and, save our franchise right now and take us to the promised land. I mean, look at what kind of pressure it did to Wemby, right? I mean, once he got to the 30-minute marker, it just kind of took its toll on him. And so it's a tough ask for people to do that. But, I mean, listen, kudos to the Wizards front office. We've been talking about front offices that pull the trigger in certain situations. I mean, damn, you went on and got Trae Young. You went on and got Anthony Davis. You got the first pick in the draft. The fortunes of your franchise have changed. And now you're in a position to, for the next 10 years with AJ Debanza, like, be a threat in the East if you play your cards right. And so, again, and I don't know I'm not going to say that Darren Peterson ain't going to be that dude, but I think everybody knows that it's more likely to happen with AJ than with Darren.
Gabe's really selling us hard on AJ Debanza. I agree with you, though. I agree with you. I think he is the better of the two, will have the better long-term career. So, I mean, we've said it throughout. Gabe and I are fine laying a little juice. Minus 370.
No
all right. Cam Boozer minus 155 to go third. Gabe, let's talk about Chicago at fourth, because we live in Bulls territory. Caleb Wilson, I mean, of all these top four picks, I mean, minus 475 is the juiciest, essentially telling you, yes, that is who's going at number 4. And the Bulls, with their new head coach, Thiago Splitter, like, this is a great pickup for Chicago. They need someone like Caleb Wilson.
I mean, listen, ideally you're looking to get what you thought you were getting in a guy like Patrick Williams, right? He's 6'9". He's only 205 pounds. I mean, I weigh more than that, you know what I'm saying? And I definitely ain't 6'9". But he's another guy who he's just a freshman. So you're looking at, what he can be. Listen, I'm here for comparisons to people, but when I hear people be like, "Oh, he could be Kevin Garnett," it's like, do you understand who Kevin Garnett was? Like you can't just throw out guys like that. You need to throw out role players and better, and like hope they can exceed those expectations. What I said for AJ Debanza, people were asking me. I said a better Lamar Odom. See, that's a reasonable comparison, right? You don't go out there and be like, oh, he's Magic Johnson mixed with LeBron and sprinkle in a little bit of Steve Nash. Like, you can't do that. But you can give a reasonable comp. And that's why I throw out guys like Gilbert Arenas when I talk about Darren Peterson. I throw out, as mentioned, a little bit better Lamar Odom when I'm talking about AJ Debanza. And Caleb Wilson, I mean, Kevin Garnett, that's a wild one to throw out there. But if he could be any semblance of that, I think everybody will be happy with that.
I mean, I just did a quick little Google search of Kevin Garnett player comparisons to see what other players out there like people are comparing to Kevin Garnett. Not rookie, but like here you
Sure.
have Tim Duncan, Giannis. I mean, Kobe is out there, MJ in terms of the competitiveness, the intangibles, Kobe and MJ.
Sure.
Caleb Wilson played half of a season for North Carolina. Like he got, I guess maybe more than half. He got hurt towards the end. Like he hasn't even played a single NBA game, and we're comparing him to Kevin Garnett. I think the kid's going to be really good. I like the pick for Chicago. I think part of it is the Bulls aren't used to having this high of picks, and so anyone they get, especially in a draft that's considered as talented as it is, like let's set the expectations extremely high for this kid, because why not? But I will tell you, Gabe, the last time that the Bulls picked 4th overall, do you remember what they did?
Patrick Williams.
Patrick
Heartbreaking.
Williams. It is, yeah,
It's heartbreaking. But because here's why it's heartbreaking, right? Because that was a draft pick that Arturas Karnisovas passes up on guys like Tyrese Halliburton, guys like Desmond Bain. You pass up on them because you feel like the tools are there, right? He checks all the boxes in terms of the visual eye test. But it's like you gotta have that dog mentality, right? Patrick Williams was a 6th man in Florida State, never started, gets to the NBA, is asked to do more than he's capable of. You just don't have the dog in him, right? You got to have that in you to do that. I'm not saying Caleb Wilson won't be that, right? But I think you're drafting him more on what he can be, more so than what he already is. And I think that's the bigger issue if I'm a Bulls fan. I'd rather take a guy like Darius Acuff at 4. Give me bona fide killer. Give me the guy that John Calipari says is the best guard he's ever coached. Give me that guy, because he's proven it. He's the best player on his team. When you're the best player on your team, like AJ was, right? Like Caleb Wilson didn't get an opportunity to do that in the tournament. But when you're the best player on your team and you go into the tournament and everyone focuses in on you and you still come through with your stat lines, that lets you know you're a dog on a different level, right? So come 4. Like I like Campbell's. I like obviously Darren Peterson and love AJ DeBonta. Caleb Wilson, I'm here for it. Like if it happens and the coaches do their job, Tiago gets to him, I'm here for it. But I would love a more surefire thing in my mind. It's only my opinion. And I think Darius Acuff Jr. could be that for the Chicago Bulls. You think Caleb Wilson's like a surefire thing, Kate, or what?
I think the Bulls are taking him at number 4. Is he a surefire thing in terms of panning out? That's more up in the air. I agree with you. I think Darius Acuff has that dog mentality. Like of all of those top 5 players, DeBanza and Acuff are the 2 dogs for me. And so like, if that's what you're looking for, and if that's what you think is going to be what ultimately allows that player to pan out, then I like Acuff. But I think the Bulls, especially with all the guards that they already have right now, I think that they go with the bigger man and Caleb Wilson at number 4. Gabe, we're going to take a quick break. We got a lot of games to get through. I mean, we're still with you for the next 3 hours here. So we're going to rank our top 10 NFL quarterbacks throughout the show. We'll play a little hot or cold, and another game coming up on the other side. Stick with us here. You're listening to BetMGM tonight. Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable on Westwood One Sports.
What is, in general, the reaction to Darren Peterson refusing to work out for or talk with anyone other than the Wizards?
A big shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Because if you really like him and you really think he's the guy, you're going to pick him. And Chris, I go back to think about Ace Bailey last year. I'm not going here. I'm not going there. Utah picks him. I'm not going. Hey, we're going to give you a bunch of millions of dollars. All right, twist my arm. So you always see it around draft time. Somebody doesn't want to go somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to work out. Fine. It feels like the league in general is like, we're going to call your bluff if we really believe in you. But I think it ties into the questions around Peterson all along, which is like, does he really want it? And those questions can only be answered when he gets on the floor and he starts doing his thing in the league. So in the short term, the whole I'm only working out in certain places. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens on draft night.
Assuming Danny Ainge and the Jazz jump on that, I called it a grenade. That's probably not fair. He's still maybe the best player in the draft. So I don't want to diminish Darren Peterson's talent. It's just the way, in my opinion, he's acted throughout the college basketball season and now again during this process. But assuming the Jazz jump on Darren Peterson, it looks like, according to most mock drafts, we're talking Cam Boozer to Memphis. We're talking Caleb Wilson to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago for just a second. What do you think Tiago Splitter is capable of with Caleb Wilson as sort of the pivot point on rebuilding that roster in Chicago?
The Portland people really grew to like him. And I mean, the people that were kind of around the team day to day, people in the organization, they just thought he acted very professionally. He handled the Chauncey situation about as well as you can. And he set that group up with some structure. Where I hesitate, Chris, to go from, all right, well, by all accounts, solid coach. Maybe he can grow more into the role. And the Bulls being able to take another step. The Bulls don't have a lot of talent. And if I have learned anything over the years in the NBA, you can hire whatever coach you want. And that coach is a big piece of the puzzle, as we saw with Mike Brown and the Knicks, taking them from step A to step B. But I say that because if you don't have talent, good luck. You don't have exactly what you need. So it feels like the Caleb conversation to Chicago has been in play for several weeks. And I think that is a good first step. But when you look at the rest of that roster and you go, all right, well, Josh Giddey's a nice player, and Buzelis, maybe he's getting a little bit better, and he's still growing as a younger player himself. After that, you're like, yikes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space to grow in Chicago. I think Splitter's a fine hire, but I refuse to buy into all the hype that it is some sort of game-changing deal, because they don't have the players right now, and it takes a long time to build up enough to get those players in place.
The College World Series is a happy medium, in my opinion, between Major League Baseball and the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas, pure party fun. Major League Baseball, maybe still lacking a bit at times in the fun aspect, even though we got bat flips and, it's looser than it's ever been. College baseball, right smack dab in the middle. And I love the atmosphere that they have there in Omaha for the College World Series. Looking forward to the final this weekend.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Time to play a little game here on BetMGM Tonight. Before we do, though, interesting thing in the Padres and Rangers game, they're going to begin with only 2 umpires due to some travel issues. So both teams will get one additional replay challenge in this game. That's kind of wild. I mean, I have not seen that ever happen before, Gabe. Not sure. I don't think that ever has happened before, has it?
I've played a few Little League games in my day, Kate, and having 2 umpires is a luxury. I don't know. And then two umpires and an extra replay. No, I think they're getting spoiled. No, it happens. I mean, sometimes it'd be like that, right? You got to fill in the last. I'm surprised they don't have like a backup umpire. Like they can't call someone, like, hey man, right. That's what I'm saying. Like Brandon was saying, men's league softball. Right, there's one like a third one on deck, right? There's got to be somebody that can catch a fly, drive a little bit, maybe like a minor league baseball ump that took the training but missed the cut, and there's got to be something that could happen. I don't know, but two umps is enough. That's the real reason.
The NBA, there's been times when refs have pulled a hammy or like torn their ACL, and someone's ready to step in. Like they always have a backup. I'm shocked that Major League Baseball doesn't, but maybe the ABS is the new backup. Anyway, Padres up 5-0 on the Rangers in the bottom of the first right now. So Padres are capitalizing quickly. I don't know.
Do you think you could be a? Do you think you'd be a good umpire? Like you think you'd be fair, or you'd be like a little biased?
No, I'd be garbage. I would be absolutely garbage at being an umpire, especially if I'm like behind the plate. I don't know where the ball strikes. They all look the same. I mean, not all of them, but like, I don't understand how you get the curve, like all of it. No, I would be awful at it. I would be calling balls, strikes, balls.
Right, I was saying, you'd be like, I think that was a strike.
Yeah, it would just be.
I'm pretty sure that was a ball.
Well, we've had 2 balls in a row. Let's go with the strike on this one.
Yeah,
that would be me behind the plate.
Okay.
Not good.
Okay. I want to ask you for your best strikeout call there.
Yeah, I'll save that one for the last hour. Make y'all stick around. Also, before we get to the game, another thing. Let's remind the people. Call, text in. Tell us what topics you want us to talk about. Tell us if you have any questions on any games, any comments, or the World Cup and the U.S. and their win today. If that makes things a little bit more exciting for you. If the U.S. reaches the quarterfinals, we want to know. 310-840-4910. Call, text, beep, whatever the kids are doing these days. All right, we're going to play a little game. Geography. That was my strong suit, not umpiring. Brandon, what's up?
Did you just say beep? Like a pager?
It was like the Kim Possible. I said, call, text, call me, beep me if you want to reach me, if you want to page me. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. My mind went. I'm so old. I went to like the old pager days.
Yeah, no, that was just the Kim Possible theme song, but she did have a pager, so yeah. Okay. I'm right there with you. With you.
Look, so this game is Sports Geo, okay, and you can find this game on. We play this quite a bit on this show, but it's the Geo Sports app, and what we do is there's 5 questions. Monty's going to bring it up on the screen. There's 5 questions that we will have. Monty will read off the question, and then we will try to answer, and then we got to try to find it on a map. So, are you guys ready?
All right.
Yes, ready to roll.
All right, here we go. First question, Monty.
Here we go. Question number 1. In the 2001 film Hardball, great movie if you haven't seen it, Keanu Reeves coaches the Cucumbas, a team from the housing projects of this city.
We know this one,
I
right,
get to
guys?
just say it out, or Chicago.
We're working together.
Just say it?
Yeah.
Okay,
so it's the Cabrini Green projects in Chicago.
Was it really?
Yes.
I was going to go to New York. Okay.
Yep. Right where your mouse is, Monty.
Nice.
Yeah, you think right in the middle?
Yeah, right there.
Wait, go closer. Can we go closer? Yeah, Chicago.
Unfortunately, that's as far as I can zoom in.
I live fairly close to the old Cabrini Green projects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right there. Not right. A little lower than that. Right?
Yeah, right.
Keep going lower.
Right there.
How do you guys?
Right
You
there.
can't even see it.
Right there. Well, because you can see the 290
Okay,
going west, and you'd
perfect,
want to be like
perfect.
kind of like right around.
Okay.
Boom,
All right.
baby. Look
Wow.
at that. We got the shake of the map and everything.
Clinical
Love it.
finish.
There we
Hopefully,
go.
you guys got
Alright.
that one right too
Lord.
while you're playing along in your car.
Hopefully, you're not driving while you're playing.
Yeah, hopefully you're not trying to find
Mentally,
the map while you're
mentally.
They're
playing.
listening. They're listening, guys. They're listening.
Yeah.
to the show.
Yeah. What's the next
Question
question,
two.
Monty?
Jerry West, aka the Logo, was a 5-time All-American at this college, whose state shares his name. I did not mean to click, but apparently I
Oop.
did. So
Oh.
that sucks.
Oh,
West
no,
Virginia.
West
is what
Virginia.
we're
I was
thinking
just gonna
about
say,
anyway.
yeah.
Same.
I mean, I was
Oh,
going to go
oh.
with West Virginia. Are there any other West states?
I don't
No.
think so.
West Dakota
No.
is definitely not one of
Virginia
No.
is
those.
the
North
one.
and South.
Yeah.
All right.
Alright.
Well, Monty
Well,
just
Well,
screwed
that
up our
portion
points.
gave it away,
but,
and
hey.
Monty gave
No.
it away. But
The problem
Thanks,
was
man.
my mouse died. That was the problem.
oh,
Ah,
Oh, okay.
hell of a time. Hell
Kind
of
of
a
a
time.
problem.
Hell of a time.
Let's see
So
if
is
it
this
happens
game over?
again.
is the game over, guys?
This is the game
No,
over.
no. We played
okay.
through. We'll be
Okay,
all right.
I love it.
Question 3.
All right, so
Randy
I
Moss
love this.
signed to play for Notre Dame, but after serving 63 days in jail, he landed here in 1997.
Oh, that's a good
Oh,
question.
Marshall.
Yeah, it was
I mean,
Marshall.
that's who Randy
100%.
Moss played for, right? Marshall,
Yeah, Marshall. Yeah.
which is in
It was a small
is
school.
West Virginia, but
Also West Virginia, I
uh,
think, right?
Yeah, it's like
Well, I do not
it's
know
like
where that's at.
the college is like by the border of West Virginia and Kentucky. I know that.
I was going to
I
say
just
West
don't know
Virginia,
where
Ohio.
along the border. That's Huntington, right? Is Marshall?
I believe so.
I am.
The only
That
reason
You
I
guys are
think I
way
know-
better at small schools than
Yeah.
I am. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, my
Yeah.
cousin is apparently going there in the fall,
Oh,
so
look at
that's
that.
the only reason I have any clue.
Got a little connection there.
I know it's close
think
to
it's-
Kentucky.
Also,
I
did they
swear
say
it's
Notre Dame? I
Ohio.
thought it was Florida State. I thought he was Florida, or did I just hear that wrong?
No, he signed to Notre Dame and then he got in trouble
Did he?
and they pulled his scholarship. Yeah. And so then he ended up
Oh.
going to Marshall. Yeah.
Okay.
Monty, I'm pretty sure it's down a little bit. Keep going down. I think it's somewhere in there.
I swear it's on the border of Ohio, but I could be wrong.
You
Like
might be
West
right.
Virginia,
I might be
Ohio.
wrong. I thought it was
I have-
Kentucky.
One of us is hopefully right.
Let's see if you can find it, Monty. Where is it at?
I don't. This is
I'll
as
go
far as
with
I can
your
zoom
answer.
in. So maybe it's that city. Does anybody know? Gabe, Kate, you guys know what this little area?
I say we take a
between
shot and just
Ohio
put
West
it-
Virginia is?
Yeah,
I say
no
we,
idea.
I say we click it.
Throw it
Click
in
it.
there.
All right.
Worked out so well on the last question when I
I was going to
clicked
say,
on
Yeah,
just
it.
let
yeah,
your
I
mouth
mean-
die again.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, let's go here.
The shade.
It was both,
Close.
Ah.
Okay.
All right.
sort
So
of.
Okay.
95
Well,
points.
it's a win.
It's
Yeah.
close. We got close.
that works, guys. That's 95 is
All
an
right.
A, guys. That's an A. We're good right now.
Question number 4, Monty. What is it?
The NHL's biggest arena, the Bell Center, packs in over 21,000 fans in this city. Somewhere
Montreal.
in Canada, I'm
Toronto.
assuming.
I was going to say it
Toronto.
has to be a Canadian team.
No, that's Montreal, the Bell Center.
Brandon seems
Right?
pretty confident.
I'm
I have
Brandon's
no clue.
confidence is.
I'm a hockey
is-
guy. I love hockey.
Yeah. Gabe's got the skeptical face on.
Right where your mouse is.
No.
Monty, is
I'm trying to see
Montreal.
where Montreal is.
That
Is
city
it?
right there is
Right here?
Montreal.
That's pretty big.
Yep.
That's
That's
pretty
Montreal.
All right, let's do it. Boom.
Boom, baby. Sometimes you just gotta believe me, Gabe.
Oh no, I believe you. I believed you. Trust me. I was wondering where Montreal was at.
Yeah, right above Vermont and New Hampshire. The only reason I know that, I used to live out that way, and traveling to Montreal was kind of like a weekend thing for us sometimes.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Question 5, Monty.
All right. Yes, final question. In the 2010 Olympics, Lindsey Vonn became the first American woman to win downhill gold racing at this resort. Does anybody remember where the 2010 Olympics were?
They were here, weren't
Utah.
they? North America?
Salt Lake City?
Yeah. But I think
they?
that
Couldn't tell you the resort name, but
I'm pretty sure the skiing though was done in Canada. I think it was done in
Where
Western
all the snow
Canada.
is.
What?
I'm pretty
in
sure.
Canada?
I think so, but I could be wrong. I could be
Well,
off. I don't know if there's
something we
there's skiing resorts in Utah?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
There's so many mountains in Utah.
Okay.
The only thing I will
thought
say
that-
is questions 4 and 5 are typically international places.
Then okay.
Since we play this all the time. But I don't. Maybe there's an exception. Who knows? Maybe they didn't update.
There
I don't
are
know.
like with the Paris Olympics last year, there were like there were multiple locations, and a lot of them
What year was
far outside
What year was
Paris.
Sochi?
Sochi was.
Is that like
Oh,
08
I act like I
or
would know
12?
this,
I don't
but-
know.
I was thinking because you said 2010 Olympics, right? So I was thinking
Hmm.
the question said 2010, right?
Yeah. Which was
Correct.
Salt Lake City.
That was Salt Lake
But
City.
I if I remember correctly, the skiing was done in Canada. But
All right, I'll go with that.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, we're in Canada. Let us know. You got the last one right.
Yeah, that's sort of helpful.
No, we were.
Well, then it would
I think
probably be
right
like,
where all that snow's at.
like that's more
Well-
Vancouver area, right? Toronto is closer to Detroit.
Correct.
Mm. Oh, maybe.
What other big
Yeah, I mean-
Canadian cities?
And they say
I guess
Americans
that's
don't
given.
know geography. What are you talking about?
I would say somewhere in that ballpark, either that little mountain range or maybe the mountain range to the left of it would probably be where all the skiing was done. If I'm right,
Yeah,
and
I
it was
mean,
Canada.
Western-
Watch, it's halfway across the world, and they're probably in like Germany or something, and we don't.
Well, that'd be even weirder.
Let's go with the mountain range on the right.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
I kind of
There we
want the
go.
mountain range
All
on the
right.
left.
Oh, maybe let's take a vote.
I would say the mountain range on the left looks more appealing, just because it looks like there's more snow. If that even
right,
is
let's go
snow,
with that.
I don't know. I'm just
It's
assuming.
definitely
Do it.
snow, but who knows what the snow was like 16 years ago?
Right.
I say drop the pin.
Drop the pin.
Let's maybe
On the
I'll
left.
just click in the middle. We'll split the difference, and then we can't be that far away, right? Let's do
There
that.
we go. There we go. There's a city right there, right?
Is there? I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Drop
who-
the
whatever.
pin.
Yeah, go to
Why not?
yeah
The-
left one.
there you go.
Boom.
See? We're close though. We got
Nice.
94.
Okay. Wow, Brandon, I owe
92.
you an apology. I thought like,
92?
okay, how in the world? Why in the world? There are ski resorts in Utah, I promise you, but you're right.
I just remember because I remember watching those Olympics. And I remember I was like, why are they in Canada? I thought they were.
We
in
got a
Utah.
933, but that's with the error on our second one.
Misclick.
I know.
Yeah.
Imagine if
yeah,
he didn't
misclick, thank
misclick.
you.
Oh,
Imagine
if
we
my
might have set the
mouse
record
didn't die.
today. Yeah.
we would
Yeah,
have
the mouse
gotten that
died.
one.
Yeah.
We would have.
Yeah.
We would have at least got like a 92.
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't know. The competitive person in me wants to do it again, but maybe during the commercial break we'll go.
Well, there's only these 5 questions every day, so we would already know the answers.
Oh,
if we
we'd
did
have
it
to
again.
wait.
Oh,
I like this
We
one.
suck again.
Unfortunately.
All right. We will. I mean, 9:33. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. All right. We got to take another quick break. Also, Rangers have tied the game 5-5 in the bottom of the fifth. Apparently, no umpires in that game. Things are going sideways. More to come on the other side. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports with Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable.
What are you personally a fan of in the Derby?
Well, I guess I'll put it into two different little categories. First of all, as a fan, I watch the Derby now as an ex-player. And I'm not going to sit here and say I watch the Derby start to finish. That would be misleading the audience. But I check in. I think the sentiment around, I think today's fans, the younger fans, they love it. I think it's really entertaining being on the clock. It puts a little pressure on the guy throwing BP, although the BP has come closer. You know, normal BP was about 45 feet in my day. Seems like it's about 10 feet away. So throwing strikes is a little bit easier. But I like the entertainment value. I like hearing he hit 74 in round 3. But I think that's what guys like. Now, as a participant, I did 2. I did 1 in 01 and I did 1 in 03. I don't want to talk about the 1 in 03 because I swung and missed. I blame that on the BP pitcher. I liked our version because it was a little bit, you didn't have to take as many swings. You had 10 outs.
Yeah.
You hit 3 or 4, you do good, you move on or you don't move on. But I think it's come a long way, and I think the current version, and like I said, strictly from an entertainment value, I think it's better. I think it's better for the fan. And the All-Star game being entertainment, when you get selected to an All-Star team, I want to go out there. I want to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits in the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids. But it's not that important to the overall. You know, once I'm playing back with my team and we're playing games for real, that's what matters. All-Star game, it's for the fans. And I have to look at it that way. Whatever they want, give it to them. And I think this current version is really good. It's kind of a wait and see. We'll see. I might have a change of heart like I have on a lot of these baseball rules that have been changed that I was a proponent of. And I come to watch it, and I like it. So I might like this new version. I might not. I think we'll see what happens in July with the new version.
Bleep them picks. Tampa Bay decided they weren't going to go all in on Darren Radish. 30-year-old offensive defenseman, not a huge guy. I think he's like 6'1". But they didn't want to give him the big fat deal that he was going to get in free agency because, well, he's 30, and you're not signing a guy who's had one great year to an 8-year deal, which is exactly what he got once traded to Toronto this morning from the Maple Leafs. The Lightning are only getting a 5th-round pick out of this deal. I wouldn't call it a salary dump. It's a preemptive salary dump, I guess. They weren't going to sign Radish to a long-term extension. So Radish gets an 8-year deal with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Pinky to the corner of your mouth like Dr. Evil. $8.5 million, which is a massive overpayment. At least in term, if not money. you're going to see this as the NHL and its owners and its GMs realize that this large jump in the cap is probably just indicative of more jumps in the cap now that they've got some quality national TV deals locked in. You're going to see this number continue to jump. And so teams are going to look at it and say, hey, we got the room. If I got to eat a Darren Radish deal in 3 or 4 years at $8.5 million, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it down the line.
World Cup action. Brazil on the board, Gabe. We're only, 12 minutes in?
What you expect?
Has your TV up, like the score bug on my TV is not updated, but I just watched that goal go in. Why does it still say 0-0?
Wait a second. Did they take it back? Oh man.
Uh-oh.
I closed the app when the show was starting.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It's 0-0
offsides.
still.
All right.
I mean,
All
that's all I can. That's
All right.
all I would guess.
The good news is
stinks.
early.
All right.
Early. Don't worry. Brazil's definitely
No leg
100%
down.
scoring a goal.
Yeah, that goal looked a little too easy to not have another like it.
My bigger bet right now that I'm making is Haiti to score a goal. Now, it's wild. I mentioned before that Haiti is the 48th team in this whole thing, ranked team out of the 48 in the World Cup. They're plus 185 to score a goal. But here's the thing. Brazil has only had one clean sheet. That means allowing no goals once in the last 7 matches. Now, you might say the quality's not there for Haiti to score a goal, but Brazil plays so loose and free, and Haiti is an attacking team. They almost beat Scotland their first time out. They just couldn't finish around the net. But I think Brazil is so open, their style of play is so open that if Haiti is attacking, maybe they're so upset they didn't get a chance to to net one in the first match that they're going to try to here, even if they lose, 4-1, 3-1, something like that. But at plus 185, again, when a team has only had one clean sheet in their last 7 matches, that lets you know maybe the defense is not there, or they allow some leaks at certain points, maybe a lack of concentration in moments. And I love the plus money. So that's the one I'm on right now, Haiti plus 185 to score against Brazil.
Gabe, I am this grinds my gears like no other. I'm looking at my bet sheet right now on this same bet of every team, the 4 teams that are playing tonight each to score. And sure. I accidentally bet Brazil over 1.5 goals instead of just 1 goal.
Oh, they're going to score 2. Absolutely, 100%. So? Yeah, I mean, listen, they're going to control possession, right? And that's the cool thing about soccer. Like, once you start learning those kinds of nuances, like if you're midfielders, right, the guys playing in the middle, the guys that kind of they're like the do everything kind of guys.
Yeah.
If they're better, you're going to be able to control the ball, control possession, which allows you to have more opportunities to score goals. And Brazil is going to have that in spades. And then they have the quality in the front to actually finish. And that's like one of the most difficult things to do in soccer. But they have the guys, Vinicius, Neymar, etc. Tons of guys. So they'll be all right. 2 goals. It should be like a 3-1. I'm hoping for like a 3-1 match here. That's what I'm really hoping for. So,
all right. Well, it's a good thing I didn't pick like any of the other ones then maybe to score 2 goals. Haiti getting 2, is that probably a stretch here?
I'm
glad I have Haiti just have 1. Yeah.
That's more than a stretch. That's wild. That'll be wild. Yeah.
All right, let's check out what's going on around the diamond right now. Hey, you called it, Gabe. You said as soon as Skubal goes out, and I believe he's out right now, just looking at the score. It's 4-3 Tigers. We have 7 runs on the board. That quick math right there by me. 1 more, we push. 2 more, the over hits. The total in that game was 8.
Yeah.
So
I,
top of
I
the
think the
8th,
White Sox.
no outs, runner on first. There's plenty of opportunity.
Yeah.
No.
I think the White Sox here, this is where they get the opportunity. They got the heart of their lineup, really turning some things over. The guy that they just got from via trade, Perez came in, got his first homer as a White Sox. And, the bottom of the lineup for the Sox, you look at a guy like Tristan Peters, the Savannah Banana guy before they were the Savannah Bananas. Luis Acuna got a hit today. Guys have been struggling. So, I mean, they're a resilient team. I had a chance to talk to Chuck Garfien today. He covers the team on CHSN, does pre and post with Ozzie Guillen. And, I asked him about that characteristic trait that winning teams have, right? The resiliency and to give up 10 runs in 2 straight games to the Yankees and then have it be against Davis Martin and Anthony Kay, your 2 best pitchers, and to come out game 3 and battle, right? Sean Burke with an opener comes in, pitches a gem, and then, you get a Benny bomb and another Colson Montgomery shot. Like, it just showed how resilient they were. And he talked about in that dugout, everybody has a level of believability. So when I look at this top of the 8th with Colson on first after drawing a walk, and, I think I have just as much believability as they do, but now there's 2 outs and it into a double play. Damn. Oh my gosh, stole my heart. I was just talking him up so nicely and it just gets into a double play. Jeez. My God.
I saw that happen right when you were in your middle of your rah spiel, and I didn't want to slow you down. It was motivating.
Guys, I told you. I'll say it again. Okay, I'll say it again. My opinions on my favorite teams are biased. Okay, they are. I don't have unbiased opinions when it comes to my teams. You got to see through the BS, and then everything else 60-40. Kate, you got to pick the right 60 and the right 40, and that includes my takes on the White Sox, baby.
All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that game. See if my over can hit there. I also had the Nats, and early on in that game, it was 2-0 Nationals over the Rays, and well, the Rays have come back. It is 4-2 Rays, top of the 7th. I did say the Rays are very good at home this year, 24-9, I believe that number was, which is pretty solid, not too shabby. So I may lose that one as well, Gabe, but.
It's all right. We got a lot of bets to make, And the best thing is this: just like Pac-12 football after dark, something that you and I watched, we know all about. There is a soccer match today at 10:00, an opportunity for you to chase. Like go find the gingerbread man because he's watching Turkey versus Paraguay, and you get an opportunity to watch that. You want an easy bet? Over. Bet the over in Turkey versus Paraguay. You want to win money late tonight? You want to think about it and fade or follow, like Brad Evans says. But you want to like lay something down when you're thinking about it and the game's on. And you're like, damn, nothing else is on except for this match. You know what? I was listening to Kate. I was listening to Gabe, and they told me bet the over. I don't know why, because Paraguay lost to TUSA and Turkey lost to Australia. These teams are gonna be going crazy trying to get a victory. And so, what does that mean? More open play, more goals. Take the over in that. It's only at 2.5 right now.
You get plus money on the over right now too.
See?
This does have Pac-12 after dark vibes, right? You get home. I mean, when we used to do the show on Saturdays, you get home from work, you have dinner, the evening games are wrapping up. All of a sudden, you go to bed and you put on the Pac-12 games while you're in bed, and you just kind of fall asleep to it. That's my plan for what is it? I don't even
know.
World
Cup after dark. World Cup after dark.
World Cup after dark. There you go. That is that's perfect right there. So yeah, plenty more bets to come. We also want to hear from you on what you thought of the US and the win today. If they make the quarterfinals, does that kind of raise your level of excitement for the World Cup? Are you watching it regardless? Let us know. Call in or text us and we'll read your text on air, answer any questions or any topics at all that you want. It's wide open. 310-840-4910 is the number to call. Kate Constable, Gabe Ramirez, we are back with you right after this here on Westwood One Sports.
It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Ronaldo yesterday was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, and he said, look, nobody wishes injury on anyone, but if Ronaldo were to pop a hammy at this point, the rest of the Portuguese squad might look at each other and silently go, ooh, sigh of relief. We won't have to leave him out there anymore. Like, if Deshaun Watson got hurt in training camp, Jimmy Haslam would perform the most silent fist pump in his office that's ever been performed because they're stuck paying him. But they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. They simply, and I know there's a lot of people that look at it and go, well, just get rid of Watson. Just eat it. Do you realize how much they would have to eat right now if they just cut Deshaun Watson? We're talking like $125 million. And it doesn't get much better before next June 1st. I think even after next June 1st, it's still a bad cap number. Like next spring, they could cut Watson and it's still like an $85, $86 million dead cap number. They are so screwed in Cleveland being tied to Deshaun Watson. And they have so irrevocably hosed their cap situation. I had to really search the back of my brain there for a word that I could use on the air. Completely hosed their cap situation for the next several years because of this Deshaun Watson deal. This isn't a real competition. Watson's going to get the job. And look, I'm not totally sold on Shedeur either, but at the very least, you'd like to get a look at what you have and see if you think you can make it work. But that's another disastrous quarterback competition. For a wildly young team like the White Sox to come out the other end, I used the analogy earlier, like Andy Dufresne crawling through the sewer pipe to get out of Shawshank. For them to come out the other end 6-5 in these 11 games, and now tied with the Guardians atop the AL Central, I think you got to look at the White Sox as legit, especially in an AL field that, let's be honest, it's not the most impressive. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the White Sox when I say they're 5 games over 500. As mentioned, 6-5 in these last 11, including the comeback win against the Yankees last night. And right now, they would be AL Central champs. Okay, I get it. It's mid-June. Long way to go. But 5 games over 500 in this American League, that's solidly in playoff position. When the final wild card in the American League is a game under 500, looking at you, Blue Jays, having that, I don't want to call it cushion, but that's what it is, having that lead puts the White Sox in a spot now where I don't think they have to sweat every series. Now, you don't want to go in the tank, obviously. And like I said, it's a young team. So you want to keep them focused. You want to keep them on the chase, so to speak. But right now, you look at the standings in the American League, and it's all teams that coming into the year, I think we would have considered legit in the AL. The Yankees, the Mariners, even the Rays. It only took a couple of weeks for us to all look at each other and go, oh, yeah, the Rays are real again. The Guardians. Even the Blue Jays, like I said, sitting there a game under 500. The White Sox are legit.
Games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable in for Brad and Pat today here on BetMGM Tonight, getting you set, taking you into the weekend. Should be a beautiful weekend here in Chicago, Gabe. Time to get outside. Is it officially summer?
Oh, it's been summer since like the middle of May. You know, like you can't tell a Chicagoan, like once it gets 60 degrees in Chicago and people start eating lunch on the sidewalk, like, you know, it doesn't, like, who cares what day it actually begins? It's whenever I can wear shorts, whenever I put sunglasses on, like whenever I can go outside and I'm not freezing my tail off. Yeah, exactly. Then it's summertime.
That's when summer starts. Yeah. All right. I can agree with that. It has felt like 60s, 70s though right now in Chicago. Like it's nice, but it's been a little chilly from like the 80s we had. So I kind of want it to warm up just a little bit. I want like high 70s, very low 80s, not a lot of humidity. I mean, I'm not asking
for
much.
We're so bougie. Chicagoans, we're so bougie. We love our city so much. And people Condé Nast will come in. People from the World Cup will come visit it while they're here in the States. And we're like, yeah, but you know what? We don't want it too hot. We don't want it too cold. Can it just be like 74? And then you get it. Like that's what this, like a day like today in Chicago is a day that makes tourists want to move here. Where they are, like right now, it's Friday, 8:00, Juneteenth. Nobody's worked all day. Downtown is bussing right now. And if you're a tourist and you came here for the weekend because you had the day off, you're like, babe, I don't know, babe. Can you see us living here at some point in the future? Like that's the kind of conversations couples are having as they're exploring Chicago for the first time in front of the Bean.
In front of the Bean. It was a beautiful day. The beach was packed. I look out over on the Lake Michigan and the beach, and that was packed all day long. And so it's always a good day when the beaches are filled. But
in Chicago, the beaches are like, especially at this time, specifically at this time, it's like the high school kids that graduated high school are doing their last hurrah. The college kids that have been away all spring, they're ready to be at the beach. And then just regular Chicagoans. So it really is like a hodgepodge of people, but it gets two-pack. Two-pack for me. I stay away from North Avenue and Oak Street Beach.
I will say, I am not far from North Ave Beach. Like, I could very easily make it there every day. And I've been to the beach probably 3 times in the decade that I've lived in Chicago.
Oh, really?
Not going to lie. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I go walking on, like, the lakefront all the time.
Right.
But, like, me and my friends meeting at the beach for the afternoon, no, not happening. Not happening.
You fancy.
I know. All right, let's play a fancy game here of the list. A very popular game that is played on BetMGM tonight. But before we do that, real quick, U.S., they won tonight. But when they score, you score 2 in their next game. You win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every U.S. goal throughout the World Cup. Place a $5 or more pre-match bet on any World's Game match in which the U.S. is playing, and apply your Gold Rush token. You'll win a share of $500,000 in bonus bets for every goal scored by the U.S. in the match. And bonus bets, they'll all be split among all eligible winners after that match. But go over to BetMGM, get in on that. All right, it is time to play the list. Come on.
I'm going to have to go tell the world exactly what's on the list.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. I love trivia.
Hey, the champ is telling you to do something. You know what? You just made the list.
All right, and it's time for the list. Monty and Brandon, welcome in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right. It is list time. Monty, I don't know what you cooked up for us this week, but what the hell did you cook up for us this week? Because, look, I've got 2 new people here. There's no Pat for me to... Pat is usually the one that I just, like... I don't care... If Pat goes out first, then I'm fine losing that week, but I can't lose to Pat.
You just don't want to lose to Pat.
Yeah, so this week with you guys, like... I don't know. I don't think I want Pat to come back knowing that I lost while he was out. So, Monty, what do we got?
Well, I feel like I most certainly cooked for you guys tonight. So we're going to go to the NBA, and we have the draft on Tuesday. So we're going to do number 1 overall picks, but there's a little twist. It's number 1 overall picks who have won Rookie of the Year.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Holy crap.
All right. Is this a team one again, or is this all we just yelled it out?
It's individual.
Every man for themselves.
Yeah, we go one by one, taking turns, and then last man standing is the one that wins. So for the sake of this, this game, we will let Gabe go first. We will let Kate go second. I'll go last, and then we go one by one. And every round, it's last man standing.
Wow. Well, fortunately, I go first because I don't know how many number 1 MVPs I know past this person. So I'm gonna go with Derrick Rose to kick things off.
Not MVP, Rookie of the Year.
Oh, my bad. They said, okay, my bad. Okay, so then number 1 picks Rookie of the Year. Oh, well then, Victor Wembanyama. We'll go backwards.
That works. He is on the list.
Okay.
I'm gonna go. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go this past year. Why is this name escaping me? Dallas Mavericks. Oh, and now I'm panicking that I can't remember it, and so it's It's the Duke kid. What's his name?
Where's the buzzer at? Where's the buzzer?
Plant.
You're not gonna get it.
Cooper Flag. All right.
Boom.
All right.
Poor start for me.
There we go. Well, I'm gonna go with the name that Gabe threw out there and then went off of him for some reason. But I'm gonna go with Derrick Rose, who won Rookie of the Year.
I was surprised about that as well.
Yeah.
They kind of tricked you there, Gabe.
That's okay. I like it. All right. Number 1 picks LeBron James.
That is correct.
This name Gabe threw out earlier. Paolo Banchero.
Well, I'm helping everybody out in this game, huh? That was going on here. Okay.
Earlier in the show, we were talking about number 1 overall picks. Paolo Banchero.
He is on the list.
I don't remember if he won Rookie of the Year, but he just won an NBA championship. Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, he did. He's on the list.
Oh.
I thought you were about to go somebody else.
All right, I'll go Shaquille O'Neal.
That is also correct. You guys are crushing it. You guys all seem so worried, and here we are just rattling off name after name after name.
How many names are on this list, Monty?
19. Good question. 19.
Okay.
Oh gosh, I can't get that. I can't get there.
You might not have to.
That's true. Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins is on the list.
Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
Rookie of the Year.
Good one.
Look at you with your Minnesota
Timberwolves.
pool.
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know much about that.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
I'm lost on the order, to be honest.
It's Brandon's turn.
It's Brandon's turn.
Okay. All right. God. Tim Duncan?
I will say, okay, sure, yep. He is on the list.
Oof.
I will say there are a few, I think it's 3 people on the list who won Rookie of the Year, but it wasn't the year they were drafted.
Ooh.
Oh.
Just FYI.
Ooh, I know one of those.
Like,
that's a good one.
you know.
It wasn't the year they were drafted, and they won Rookie of the Year. I'm gonna say this might get me out of this one. Penny Hardaway?
He is not on the list.
Okay.
Just me and Kate.
Ben Simmons. He won his second season, right?
Good one.
You are correct. He's on the
Also,
list.
he's a fisherman now.
Yeah.
Is he?
Making
Yeah,
big
he's a
catches.
competitive fisher.
Wow.
Big catches.
Oh,
It's kind of crazy.
All right.
All right, continue on.
that is crazy.
I'm just trying to think of number one draft picks at this point now. Allen Iverson.
Oh, I was going to go with that one.
He is on the list.
Let's go some old school.
There's only 8 players remaining.
I don't know one.
Yes, you do.
There you go. Monty's always positive. See, guys, I try to tell you guys. Monty, you
Well, all
gotta,
these
you
people I'm
gotta.
thinking of, I
You're
don't think
positive,
they were
bro.
number
I like
one.
you.
I don't think they were number one picks.
There's, I mean, all these people are very famous.
Very
So
famous.
famous.
You just said Allen Iverson. We have Tim Duncan. We have did DeAndre Ayton ever win Rookie of the Year? I know he certainly is not worthy of awards right now, but rookie season.
He did not win Rookie of the Year.
Oh.
Come on, Brandon
So
got
I
Brandon
have
got to
to
name
name
one more.
one. I have to name one, right? To win?
Yeah.
And if you don't,
Jordan
you can
wasn't
try
a
again,
number one
Kate.
Pick, was he?
He was not.
No.
Oh God. Let's go with trying to think of
These
Blake
are
Griffin?
like oh.
Who'd you say? I'm sorry?
Blake Griffin.
He is on the list.
No! Wow. That was
My
one I would
God.
never have gotten. So okay,
I
when
was
you
just
lay
going
these
year
out,
by
Monty,
year. Yeah, I was going year
Yeah,
by
are
year, just
these-
trying to find number one picks.
like these are laid out like once they're on the screen. So like I'm trying to find the person in between Blake Griffin and Andrew Wiggins' year. And
Yeah.
I mean, I have no idea who that is. But Cooper Flagg,
I could tell you.
Yeah, tell
Was-
yeah,
us.
please,
Let us know
please
people.
do. Tell us.
Kyrie Irving.
That was going to be my next
Kyrie
guess,
Irving.
and I should have
Wow.
done that one. If I was able to get back in the game by Brandon missing, I was going to go Kyrie. Dang.
Was Patrick Ewing or Larry Johnson on the list?
Patrick
So
Ewing,
the
that was
7 other people on the list are Patrick Ewing, David Robinson,
Ooh.
Derek Coleman, Larry Johnson, Chris Webber, and
Weber.
Elton Brand.
Yeah, I would have never
Rounding
gotten
out.
Brand, and I would have never gotten Coleman.
no, Coleman would not have been on my radar. Or Brand. Larry Johnson,
Yeah.
probably not.
Yeah,
I should have
Grandmama.
known Ewing. Yeah.
I figured those would have
Grandmama
been
was
the
probably
hardest
one of my
ones.
favorite characters growing up. I think he's what really drew me, other than obviously being a Bulls fan in the 90s, but watching like Grandmama when he was on like Urkel and stuff like that. I remember he made the cameo on Family Matters with Urkel. It was the funniest thing ever. He was one of my favorite players, and that was the only reason was because he played that character, Grandmama.
Elton Brand's a
am I
good
the only
one.
one old enough to remember that?
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
I can't say
Yeah.
I can help you out a whole lot with that one.
Okay.
Gonna leave you hanging. All right.
Really?
Brandon
Gabe,
Wynn.
you too? You don't remember either?
I remember Grandma Ma. I don't remember him coming on the show, on the TV show. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
Dating myself.
Well, Good thing, Brandon, when Pat comes back, you can tell him that you were a winner.
You were a winner. You did it.
I will definitely let him know that I was the winner. That's definitely going to happen. I will first thing he comes back.
You guys should keep score of who wins and make it a
certainly
contest.
should.
Yeah. Make it interesting.
I meant to, but I think we're too far
time,
gone.
Monty.
And
no, you can.
Brandon's
you can
pretty much.
You guys play it you play it every Friday, don't you? It's a Friday show.
Yeah, every Friday, and it probably wouldn't be too hard. Pat never wins. Brad pretty much never wins. It's pretty much Brandon pretty much wins usually. So
okay. All right, so maybe keeping score wouldn't really do any good. What is going to do us some good? It's never too early for rankings, and especially NFL rankings. We're going to rank our top 10 NFL quarterbacks on the other side. And you better believe Gabe is going to have Caleb Williams on his list somewhere in that top 10. We'll tell you where that is next here on BetMGM Tonight.
What is, in general, the reaction to Darren Peterson refusing to work out for or talk with anyone other than the Wizards?
A big shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Because if you really like him and you really think he's the guy, you're going to pick him. And, Chris, I go back to think about Ace Bailey last year. I'm not going here. I'm not going there. Utah picks him. I'm not going. Hey, we're going to give you a bunch of millions of dollars. All right, twist my arm. So you always see it around draft time. Somebody doesn't want to go somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to work out somewhere. Fine. It feels like the league in general is like, we're going to call your bluff if we really believe in you. But I think it ties into the questions around Peterson all along, which is like, does he really want it? And those questions can only be answered when he gets on the floor and he starts doing his thing in the league. So in the short term, the whole I'm only working out in certain places. Fine. Let's see what happens on draft night.
Assuming Danny Ainge and the Jazz jump on that, I called it a grenade. That's probably not fair. He's still maybe the best player in the draft. So I don't want to diminish Darren Peterson's talent. It's just the way, in my opinion, he's acted throughout the college basketball season and now again during this process. But assuming the Jazz jump on Darren Peterson, it looks like, according to most mock drafts, we're talking Cam Boozer to Memphis. We're talking Caleb Wilson to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago for just a second. What do you think Tiago Splitter is capable of with Caleb Wilson as sort of the pivot point on rebuilding that roster in Chicago?
The Portland people really grew to like him. And I mean, the people that were kind of around the team day to day, people in the organization, they just thought he acted very professionally. He handled the Chauncey situation about as well as you can. And he set that group up with some structure. Where I hesitate, Chris, to go from, all right, well, by all accounts, solid coach. Maybe he can grow more into the role. And the Bulls being able to take another step. The Bulls don't have a lot of talent. And if I have learned anything over the years in the NBA, you can hire whatever coach you want. And that coach is a big piece of the puzzle, as we saw with Mike Brown and the Knicks, taking them from step A to step B. But I say that because if you don't have talent, good luck. You don't have exactly what you need. So it feels like the Caleb conversation to Chicago has been in play for several weeks. And I think that is a good first step. But when you look at the rest of that roster and you go, all right, well, Josh Giddey's a nice player, and Buzelis, maybe he's getting a little bit better and he's still growing as a younger player himself. After that, you're like, Yikes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space to grow in Chicago. I think Splitter's a fine hire, but I refuse to buy into all the hype that it is some sort of game-changing deal because they don't have the players right now, and it takes a long time to build up enough to get those players in place.
The College World Series is a happy medium, in my opinion, between Major League Baseball and the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas, pure party fun. Major League Baseball, maybe still lacking a bit at times in the fun aspect, even though we got bat flips and, it's looser than it's ever been. College baseball, right smack dab in the middle. And I love the atmosphere that they have there in Omaha for the College World Series. Looking forward to the final this weekend.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Brazil up 3-0 on Haiti. They're just pouring in goals. We're not even to halftime yet. Gotta love it. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, here on BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. With you for about an hour and a half more as we get you going on into the weekend here. Back half of the show, Gabe, we just like to have a lot of fun. We play games, we rank things, we draft, we do hot or cold, all that type of stuff. And we're going to continue that on throughout the show. But we want to hear from you. Call, text in, give us your thoughts on the World Cup or the segment that we're going to be doing right now. So if you're in your car listening, pull over to the side first, and then text or call. Please don't. I'm not. Yes. Make sure you are driving safe, everyone. No texting and driving. But you could give us a call. A lot of Bluetooth going on these days, right?
Yeah. Tell your AI to call in and do something like that. Hey, like I said, this is my third radio show that I'm doing today, so I'm used to people being in the car, riding along, kind of doing.
You've been like on the go all day long. You did the score earlier?
I did B96, which is for those of you not from Chicago, it's like a top 40 radio show, the station that plays, Taylor Swift and Justin Bieber. I did that from 9 to 2 today, but I pre-recorded it, because radio magic. And then while I pre-recorded it, because I worked on 104.3 The Score, which is our sports station here in Chicago, and I did that from 10 to 1 leading into Cubs baseball. And then I came home, or then I watched the U.S. match at a bar, and then I came home, and then now BetMGM Tonight 5 to 10 or 6 to 11, depending on where you're at.
Hardest working guy in Chicago, Gabe Ramirez. There,
and I just got my kids, out of the car. I just got home. And I brought them into the house
too.
Carried them inside. So yeah.
Are they all asleep in the car? You got to transfer them quietly?
Absolutely not. It's like it's summer, like you mentioned. So I get out to the car, assuming I'm carrying everybody in, and they're all like, "Hey, Poppy, what's going on?" And I'm like, "Dude, why aren't you guys sleeping right now?" My 9-month-old is crying. I'm like, "Uh-oh, this is about to go down." But fortunately, guys, the best excuse in the world.
Dad's got to work.
I got to work, guys. Can't deal with this right now. Gotta go.
Got to make that money.
Yeah.
All right. Well, top 10 NFL quarterbacks is what we are ranking right now. So 310-840-4910. Give us a call. Let us know where you would be ranking a lot of these quarterbacks here. Gabe, I'll let you start us off here. Brandon, I guess question for you. Are we going back and forth with this one, or Gabe throwing out his top 10 and I throw out mine?
I mean, the way we've done them in the past is sometimes we go back and forth. Sometimes we go from 10 to 6 and then from 5 to 1, so you guys both do 10 to 6 and then both do 5 to 1. However you guys decide you want to do it is
I
good
guess
with me.
there are no rules here on the show. We
There are
make
no
our own
rules.
rules.
It's Friday.
Okay, let's go back and forth. You
I like
start
it.
10 and we'll work our way back to number 1.
All right. At number 10, I have Jared Goff. When you're talking about quarterbacks in the league, you don't necessarily, in your top 10, you think flashy, you think pizzazz. And Jared Goff is anything but that, but he continues to stack big time regular season stats, wins, accomplishments, accolades. He threw for 4,500 yards, 34 tutties, only 8 interceptions. When you're thinking about Detroit's offense, he fit it perfectly. Ben Johnson molded it to him. They're trying to continue it. And there was a small little bit of regression in the offense as a whole when you're thinking about Detroit. But Jared Goff is proven, right, by taking 2 teams to the promised land, that he is more than capable. And while he's in the league and playing at a high level, until he falls off a little bit, he's going to be a top 10 quarterback in my book.
All right. I can't argue with you there. I think Jared Goff is one of those just solid quarterbacks. You know what you're getting from him. So I like it. I'm going to go Justin Herbert. And I know a lot of people might think that this is way too low for good old Justin
Okay,
Herbert.
wait. Can I say something? Real quick?
Yeah.
Because I think that's important. If I say someone that's not in your top 10, I would like to know that. And vice versa, right? Like if you're like, do you have a Jared Goff in your top 10?
I don't have a Jared Goff in my top 10.
Okay, see, that's important. I think that's important right there. Okay. I don't have a Justin Herbert in my top 10.
Oh, okay. I like that though.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay. All right. This is good. Okay.
All right. Yeah, Justin Herbert. I mean, he's got the arm. I feel like we've been saying this since he came into the league. So much talent. He's got a massive arm. Upside is, but go win in the playoffs, dude. And until you do, I can't rank you higher than 10 because it seems like every time you make it to the postseason, it's just an absolute collapse of some sort. So I'm Justin Herbert. Again, a lot of talent. You're number 10.
Okay. All right. I like that. My number 9 quarterback, Dak Prescott. Dak P is what I like to call him when I draft him in fantasy leagues. I mean, I feel like this is a guy that gets punished constantly in, social media, the pundits. They're tired of the cowboy conversation where they're supposed to be good and always a piece away, or for whatever reason, they're making some sort of excuse. But the quarterback play from Dak Prescott is always high level. He's always top 3 to 4 in yards, and he has to put the team on his back. I mean, tell me the best running back outside. Tell me the best running back. Tell me that's top 2 running backs he's played with over the last 8 or 9 seasons in Dallas. I think he's not my number 1 guy. He's not a top 5 guy for me, but he's certainly a top 10 in the NFL in my eyes.
All right, he's on my list.
Okay. Finally.
Yeah. Mine is, I'm writing this up. I'm transferring these over so I can remember them here.
Okay.
I'm going to go number 10, Jalen Hurts.
Or you're number 9. You're number 9 right now.
My number 9, Jalen Hurts. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
That would do it. My number 9, Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts not in my top 10.
Yeah. I
regret.
just realized,
and I want to say I regret that. I do think Jalen Hurts
Okay.
is top 10 quarterback. So I regret that. He should have been number 10. But go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously his downfield passing is always in question and stuff, but the guy can use his legs more so than even just the tush push. And I think he's a smart quarterback too. So I think Jalen Hurts, plus he's won a Super Bowl. He's gotten his team to 2 Super Bowls. So he's won. He is a winner, I think you could say. But can't put him any higher than number 9.
I like that. a lot, actually. My number 8 quarterback is Jordan Love. I can't believe I'm saying that.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
I know. Is he in your top 10 or no?
No, he's not in my top 10.
I got Jordan Love there because I think you got to talk about efficiency, right? And there was a point last season where, Jordan Love was one of the most efficient quarterbacks in the NFL. I think where the team has done wrong by him. I'm not saying he's a great quarterback, but he's a good quarterback. And I think where the team has done wrong by him, they keep throwing all these like B level wide receivers at Jordan Love, and he's not a 20 target to one dude kind of a QB, right? And so I think he's you got to figure out how to get that to work at its highest level in order for them to perform well. But listen, this year don't discount. Listen, I'm a Bears fan and I hate the Packers. They do suck, like Caleb Williams said. But Michael Parsons being healthy, they were dominant, and so I expect more of the same from the Packers this year. And so don't be surprised if they make a deep run with a healthy squad and Jordan Love's the guy under center, pushing them to the promised land.
Okay. Can't put Jordan Love on mine. Maybe a little bias.
Fair.
Not like the Packers, but Jordan Love not on my list. My number 8 is Dak Prescott. I agree with you. I think the numbers he puts up, it feels like year in and year out, is pretty impressive. And he hasn't really had, he's had a couple of good wide receivers, but hasn't had a ton to work with throughout, especially going back. I know he's got CD and Pickens right now, but I think Dak is someone who consistently wins during the regular season. He puts up pretty good regular season numbers. He just doesn't have the full team around him to go deep in the postseason.
Yeah, he's a top fantasy guy. He's proven. He's done it consistently. When guys do it consistently like that, it's easy to keep them in the top 10. All right, my number 7 QB on my top 10 list is Drizzy Drake. Drake May from the Patriots. Big jump. This is a guy who, if Kate, you and I did plenty of shows where, I was a big fan of Drake May and the picks over Caleb Williams, right? And I think that to me was important during the draft process. I love Caleb Williams, love that he's a Bear. So glad that he's bought into everything, and I wouldn't want it any other way. But what Drake May has done in his first few seasons has been remarkable. I think people talk about Drake May, but in terms of what he's done, right? A crappy Patriots team he was able to put up numbers on. And then once they got better, granted, it seemed like hollow victories and inflated double-digit season wins, but they did it. And week in and week out, you got to beat other teams. And whether that was with Drake May's arm or with their defense, it was a team that played at a high level, and most people expect them to at least be in the conversation. Maybe not be as dominant as they were this season, but at least be in the conversation when you're talking playoffs. And a quarterback does that for you. The quarterback has done it for them, and they've added pieces around him, bringing in A.J. Brown. I think he's going to be great. And I'm not saying like he owns the league or he's some superstar yet or there already, but in the first 2 years, I think people have underestimated what he's been able to do. So I got him right there at my number 7 QB. Is he not in your top 10 either?
No, he is in my top 10.
Oh, okay.
He's in my top 10. Good. He is also my number 7.
Ooh, I like when we
are tied right there.
Yep.
Like
that. Okay.
Drake May is my number 7. His ability to process under pressure, I think, is important too. Makes the right reads, and just the growth that he's had from year to year, it feels like it's sustainable for him. There are a couple other quarterbacks, young quarterbacks, one of them that is not on my list, because I just wonder if it is as sustainable with his play style. If that gives you any hints. So yeah, Drake May, number 7 on my list.
All right, well then I might as well pull the covers out of the person that you're talking about and throw him on my list at number 6. And that is none other than the punky QB himself for the Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams. Yes, the number 6 QB in the league. Why Caleb Williams? It's not about him being a finished product. It's really about where the arrow is pointing. How upwardly is it? And when you're looking at a lot of the quarterbacks in this top 10 or 15 for that matter, if you were to stretch it out to that number, there's one guy whose arrow is pointing directly north, and that is Caleb Williams. This is a guy who hasn't even scratched the surface of what he can be when he's a complete quarterback. He's willing his team to victories. He is figuring it out in real time with improvisation. And now that he has an offensive mastermind as the guru, the Dr. Jekyll, or excuse me, who is Dr. Frankenstein, all that good stuff. He has Ben Johnson there, and I think the key is that they're putting an expectation on Caleb Williams, and I think last year the number one metric you can point to, right, not outside of come from behind victories, is interceptions. And I think there was a game 2 seasons ago where he threw multiple interceptions, and it was over the course of a couple games, and he was like, "Yo, that's not me. It's not me. It's not who I am." And he cleaned it up ever since that moment. And so when you have a 27-7 ratio to touchdowns to interceptions and you're still growing, you're not even there yet. You haven't even had your most impressive season. No one would say Caleb Williams has already peaked. He's played his best football. No one's saying that. They know that there's still levels to that, and that's why you become a number 6, because you've done what you've done, and your ceiling is much higher than what it is right now in the present.
All right. Well, I hope for the rest of the rankings, we have a little shakeup between the two of us, because I also have Caleb Williams as my
No
number 6.
way.
I do.
I love that.
To build off of everything Gabe just said, I think one of the things that makes Caleb Williams really good is his creativity as well. Like, you almost see a little bit of Patrick Mahomes in there of just improvising and making stuff out of dead plays. And granted, like, that shouldn't be happening every play, and Chicago fans kind of close their eyes sometimes when he rolls out of the pocket. But being able to do that, I think, is something that sets him apart from other quarterbacks. So I'm going Caleb Williams with my 6th one. Gabe, we're going to take a quick break here. On the other side, we will finish up 5, working our way up to our number 1 quarterback as we rank our top 10 NFL quarterbacks heading into the 2026 upcoming season. More to come on the other side. BetMGM Tonight continues on.
What are you personally a fan of in the Derby?
Well, I guess I'll put it into 2 different little categories. First of all, as a fan, I watch the Derby now as an ex-player. And I'm not going to sit here and say I watch the Derby start to finish. That would be misleading the audience. But I check in. I think the sentiment around, I think today's fans, the younger fans, they love it. I think it's really entertaining being on the clock. It puts a little pressure on the guy throwing BP, although the BP has come closer. Normal BP was about 45 feet in my day. Seems like it's about 10 feet away. So throwing strikes is a little bit easier. But I like the entertainment value. I like hearing he hit 74 in round 3. But I think that's what guys like. Now, as a participant, I did 2. I did 1 and 01 and I did 1 and 03. I don't want to talk about the 1 and 03 because I swung and missed. I blame that on the BP pitcher. I liked our version because it was a little bit, you didn't have to take as many swings. You had 10 outs.
Yeah.
You hit 3 or 4, you do good, you move on or you don't move on. But I think it's come a long way, and I think the current version, and like I said, strictly from an entertainment value, I think it's better. I think it's better for the fan. And the All-Star game being entertainment, when you get selected to an All-Star team, I want to go out there. I want to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits in the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids. But it's not that important to the overall. Once I'm playing back with my team and we're playing games for real, that's what matters. All-Star game, it's for the fans. And I have to look at it that way. Whatever they want, give it to them. And I think this current version is really good. It's kind of a wait and see. We'll see. I might have a change of heart like I have on a lot of these baseball rules that have been changed that I was a proponent of. And I come to watch it and I like it. So I might like this new version. I might not. I think we'll see what happens in July with the new version.
Bleep them picks. Tampa Bay decided they weren't going to go all in on Darren Radish. 30-year-old offensive defenseman, not a huge guy. I think he's like 6'1". But they didn't want to give him the big fat deal that he was going to get in free agency because, well, he's 30, and you're not signing a guy who's had one great year to an 8-year deal, which is exactly what he got once traded to Toronto this morning from the Maple Leafs. The Lightning are only getting a 5th-round pick out of this deal. I wouldn't call it a salary dump. It's a preemptive salary dump, I guess. They weren't going to sign Radish to a long-term extension. So Radish gets an 8-year deal with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Pinky to the corner of your mouth like Dr. Evil. $8.5 million, which is a massive overpayment. At least in term, if not money. You're going to see this. As the NHL and its owners and its GMs realize that this large jump in the cap is probably just indicative of more jumps in the cap now that they've got some quality national TV deals locked in, you're going to see this number continue to jump. And so teams are going to look at it and say, hey, we got the room. If I got to eat a Darren Radish deal in 3 or 4 years at $8.5 million, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it down the line.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
We have gone through 10 down to 6. It's time for our top 5 quarterbacks. We will rank them, continuing to rank them, 5, going up to our number 1 quarterback heading into the 2026 season. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable here with you on BetMGM tonight. Gabe, going through your top 10 here so far. You have, starting at 10, working our way to 1, Jared Goff, Dak Prescott, Jordan Love, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. My list looks somewhat similar. I have Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, Drake May, and Caleb Williams. So let's continue on. And you start at number 5. Let me know who your number 5 quarterback is.
Number 5 is the second coolest person on my list behind Caleb Williams, and it is Joey Burrow. And the only reason he's not higher really is just availability, right? This is a guy, like, I can't have you be there if you're not playing in the games that matter and you're not coming through when we all know you're capable of it. You're capable of beating Patrick Mahomes. You're capable of making it to the playoffs, but not capable of doing it consistently. And this is going to be a big bounce back year for the Cincinnati Bengals. I know last year a lot of fantasy experts were banking on that squad to have all the skill players come through. And, Joe Burrow's a guy who, when he plays, he's good. There's no doubt about that. He makes everyone around him better. And a healthy Burrow is typically a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. And so going into the season, that is the assumption. So I'm hanging my hat high on a guy like Joe Burrow sitting at number 5.
All right, I like it. He is on my list. He's a little bit higher on my list. These, like the next 5, I mean, it gets dicey because I feel like there are a lot of them are fairly interchangeable. I am going number 5, and I kind of hate that I'm doing this. And I keep going back and forth on these two. I'm going Matthew Stafford as my number 5 quarterback.
Ooh.
Yes,
Okay.
former MVP, Super Bowl champion. But I just can't, at this point of his career, I can't really rank him higher than the others on my list, although my part of me really wants to. But he is up there in age. Although, proved last year he can still play at a pretty high level. But I have to go Matthew Stafford, number 5. Gabe?
Okay. No problem with a Matthew Stafford. He's a little higher on mine. But we'll see where that lands us.
Yeah.
My number 4 is going to be Lamar Jackson. 2025 definitely wasn't his cleanest year statistically. Most people were down on him, but when you're talking about weekly productivity, no doubt about it, the amount of stress he puts on defenses, his accuracy, and I think he just, it's crazy when you got Derrick Henry in your backfield and they have to put 8 in the box. You still are able to perform at a high level. It's just a reminder that it is extremely difficult to win in the NFL. It is even more difficult to win in the playoffs. And it is even more difficult to win in the playoffs against the teams in the AFC that are there with Josh Allen. And obviously this year, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and of the like. So, but Lamar Jackson, number 4 on my list, Kate.
All right. I'm right there with you. Lamar's number 4 on mine. I was debating whether or not to put him at 5, Stafford at 4. Ultimately went with Stafford at 5, Jackson at 4. I just wish he could win a little bit more in the postseason, and I know he has at times. I forget what year it was. Didn't they go to the AFC Championship one year?
Yeah.
Am I going crazy?
I believe so. Yeah.
3 years ago, maybe. But yeah, he and Stafford, I kept going back and forth, but ultimately landed at Lamar Jackson right there with you at number 4.
Okay. Number 3, someone you've already mentioned, Matthew Stafford. Yes, because there is an individual here that has earned his place in the top 5 QBs whenever he's playing healthy and making $100 bajillion for playing in a season. Yes, Matthew Stafford. A lot of people like NFL.com, rank him as number 1. But when I think about Matthew Stafford, you're just talking about consistency, right? The production is there. When you throw for, 1 million yards because you got Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and a crap load of touchdowns, it's just so cool to see it, right? Because you knew what he was doing in Detroit, but you didn't know how great he was. Then all of a sudden he wins the Super Bowl, plays on a good team with a great coach. And even when there's deficiencies on the squad, that's to be a top 5 quarterback, you could have a crap team and still win games, right? That is, to me, the metric of top 5 quarterbacks. And everybody that we've named so far can take a bad team and elevate them to success. Mm-hmm. And so Matthew Stafford certainly fits that bill as well.
All right. No argument there for me. But our 5s and our 3s and 5s are flip-flopped. I'm going Joe Burrow for my number 3. And yes, taking bad teams and doing something with them. Granted, I mean, Joe Burrow has Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So the offense and the weapons that Joe Burrow's throwing to aren't exactly bad, but the team as a whole, especially that defense, doesn't do Burrow or the Bengals any help. But yet they still find themselves almost in contention for the playoffs. If that defense was a little bit better, they'd be making the playoffs every year. Joe Burrow, someone that I mean, if he were my quarterback, I would not be mad whatsoever. So I'm going Joey B I meant because of his play. I meant because of his play.
That's
Yeah.
so did I. So did I. So
Yeah.
I'm sure. I'm sure. I'm sure.
We're going, Joe Burrow, number 3.
All right. Number 3. All right, so we got 2 more left. And it's funny because these are the same 2 that you have yet to mention. I wonder if they're in the same order. My number 2.
I feel like, and we'll see.
My number 2 is a guy who, has arm strength. He's super tough. The off-script chaos that we like Caleb Williams for. The only knock is that he just hasn't gotten to the promised land. That's why he's at number 2 for me, and that is Josh Allen of the Buffalo Bills. He has incredible years, his regular season performance, his grit, his wherewithal. I mean, there's zero doubt that Josh Allen is, at the creme de la creme of the league. The only thing that he's missing, obviously, is that hardware, that trophy, the ability to have your name live on forever across the NFL, not just in Buffalo. And he has an opportunity to do it. Last year was his best year. Joe Burrow hurt, no Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs. You really fumbled the bag there, but gets another opportunity, right? The great ones don't care who's in front of him to try to fix it. You saw how emotional he was after the playoff loss last year. So yeah, Josh Allen, number 2. I'm curious, where do you got him?
All right. My number 2 quarterback is Patrick Mahomes.
Dirty.
Yep. And I don't know how anyone in their right mind puts Patrick Mahomes at number 2.
Number 2? I know.
But I have to. I think what Josh Allen has with his arm strength, like you mentioned, his size, his ability to run, like all of that. You're right. The only knock on Josh Allen is that he hasn't won.
That's a pretty big knock.
That's a pretty big knock, but I'm going to say that he has, which it's what are you using to rank these? Super Bowls? Because then if that's the case,
Super
Stafford
Bowls,
should be significantly
MVPs,
higher on my list.
Super Bowls, MVPs.
I
He
mean,
should
Drake
be.
May
I had him
got
at number
to
3.
Drake May got to a Super Bowl. Granted, he didn't win.
That's why he's there up high. I hear what you're saying. For me, it's listen. Josh Allen can't even get past the AFC. Patrick Mahomes has gotten past Tom Brady, right? Like it's the super boss, of all bosses, and it even got into it. Like we live the hype, so we really don't realize how absurd it is. But his first couple of seasons, look at Patrick Mahomes and be like, oh yeah, for sure he can catch Tom Brady. Like to be able to even just be in that conversation, for even if you think it's wild, like people can have it with a straight face. Like you are just immediately catapulting this individual to. So I think again, like he had a down season, he was hurt, he wasn't in the playoffs. I think we're looking at that recency bias, and it's weighing a little more than I think it should. Because Patrick Mahomes is definitely the man.
I can agree with the recency bias and maybe some wishful thinking on my end of wanting Josh Allen. I'm a Josh Allen fan too. Like the guy is a really good quarterback. And I kind of want him to win. So maybe a little bit of that mixed in, right? That's what top 10 top ranking lists are for. So going over these quick, I have Josh Allen, Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Stafford, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, and Justin Herbert. Gabe has Mahomes, Allen, Stafford, Lamar, Burrow, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jordan Love, interesting, Dak Prescott, and Jared Goff. A couple people not on our list. Baker Mayfield being one. Who else?
That sounds right.
That's about it. Oh, Knicks, Trevor Lawrence. Maybe we're missing some of those guys. We'll debate that on the other side. Is there anyone else who should have made the top 10 list that we left off? We'll tell you as we begin the final hour here on BetMGM tonight. Gabe Ramirez, Kate Constable, Westwood One Sports.
It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Ronaldo yesterday was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, and he said, look, nobody wishes injury on anyone, but if Ronaldo were to pop a hammy at this point, the rest of the Portuguese squad might look at each other and silently go, ooh, sigh of relief. We won't have to leave him out there anymore. Like, if Deshaun Watson got hurt in training camp, Jimmy Haslam would perform the most silent fist pump in his office that's ever been performed. Because they're stuck paying him. But they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. They simply, and I know there's a lot of people that look at it and go, well, just get rid of Watson. Just eat it. Do you realize how much they would have to eat right now if they just cut Deshaun Watson? We're talking like $125 million. And it doesn't get much better before next June 1st. I think even after next June 1st, it's still a bad cap number. Like next spring, they could cut Watson and it's still like an $85, $86 million dead cap number. They are so screwed in Cleveland being tied to Deshaun Watson. And they have so irrevocably hosed their cap situation. I had to really search the back of my brain there for a word that I could use on the air. Completely hosed their cap situation for the next several years because of this Deshaun Watson deal. This isn't a real competition. Watson's going to get the job. And look, I'm not totally sold on Shedeur either, but at the very least, you'd like to get a look at what you have and see if you think you can make it work. But that's another disastrous quarterback competition. For a wildly young team like the White Sox to come out the other end, I used the analogy earlier, like Andy Dufresne crawling through the sewer pipe to get out of Shawshank. For them to come out the other end 6-5 in these 11 games, and now tied with the Guardians atop the AL Central, I think you got to look at the White Sox as legit, especially in an AL field that, let's be honest, it's not the most impressive. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the White Sox when I say they're 5 games over 500. As mentioned, 6-5 in these last 11, including the comeback win against the Yankees last night. And right now, they would be AL Central champs. Okay, I get it. It's mid-June. Long way to go. But 5 games over 500 in this American League, that's solidly in playoff position. When the final wild card in the American League is a game under 500, looking at you, Blue Jays, having that, I don't want to call it cushion, but that's what it is, having that lead puts the White Sox in a spot now where I don't think they have to sweat every series. Now, you don't want to go in the tank, obviously. And like I said, it's a young team. So you want to keep them focused. You want to keep them on the chase, so to speak. But right now, you look at the standings in the American League, and it's all teams that coming into the year, I think we would have considered legit in the AL. The Yankees, the Mariners, even the Rays. It only took a couple weeks for us to all look at each other and go, oh, yeah, the Rays are real again. The Guardians. Even the Blue Jays, like I said, sitting there a game under 500. The White Sox are legit.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour here on BetMGM Tonight. Gabe Ramirez and Kate Constable here hanging out with you. Multitasking on the show. Watching some World Cup in front of us. Talking NFL top quarterbacks. Doing it all here tonight, Gabe.
I need Haiti to score. And you know what's the worst thing ever? That's like, you don't need these kinds of people in your life. Like when you put a bet out, like you're smacking bets. And then you put a bet in the group chat because everybody sees you smacking bets and you're trying to share the love. And so you put a bet in the group chat, and then some loser is like, "Oh, I don't know about that because XYZ." And I'm like, dude, you are literally the mush of our group. Like, don't put that stank on my bet. And now, of course, because I reversed his bad juju by being negative, it's not hitting, and Haiti's not scoring right now. So, but it's only the 65th minute, and if there's one thing we've learned about the World Cup, it's not until the 80th minute that the action really starts.
Exactly. There is plenty of time left and decent opportunity there for Haiti. So maybe they'll continue to get some more of those. We're going to continue on with we just ranked our quarterbacks, our top 10. Coming up in this next segment, we're going to do a little hot or cold, which is a staple here on BetMGM Tonight. But we got to talk about some of the quarterbacks that didn't make our list, Gabe, because was it Brandon that our producer Brandon threw in the chat? He said Baker Mayfield's not on either of your lists. That's surprising. I think Baker has there's a conversation around Baker to potentially be on a top 10 list. I mean, maybe you could argue, I don't know, can you argue him above Justin Herbert, or am I just a Justin Herbert hater? Like Herbert's not on your list.
No, he's not on my list, but I like Justin Herbert. I think he's
put him over Baker.
Would I put Justin over Baker? No, I put Baker ahead of Justin Herbert. Just listen, I think we all know that Justin Herbert is good, right? I think he just hasn't. He himself would tell you he's underperformed over the last several seasons, right? He hasn't reached his ceiling or gotten close to it. So I'm not. This is not my. Even though Caleb, I based him off his performance, but this is not off of what you can be. This is off of what you've done. And Baker Mayfield for sure has put together a phenomenal body of work in the NFL. And so for me, I have him above Justin Herbert, but Justin Herbert has the potential to be a top 10 quarterback if the next 3 seasons, he's making it to the playoffs and supplanting some of these top 5 quarterbacks like Joe Burrow or, a Lamar Jackson. Like if he's making deeper runs than them, then he becomes a top 10 quarterback immediately.
Brandon, you got him on yours.
I do. Look, I think when I talk about Baker Mayfield, I think a lot of people forget how good Baker Mayfield is because he's Baker Mayfield, and people feel like his time in Cleveland and the things that he's done. Oh, he's same way that they felt all about like all of these Jets quarterbacks who are now in different organizations who are now playing a little bit better, right? Sam Darnold going out and winning a Super Bowl, right? So, but everybody looks at it as like, I can't believe Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? So I think
didn't even consider putting Mayfield. Sam Darnold on my list. And he's won a Super Bowl. Like that's,
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that a lot of people do that, but Baker Mayfield's a guy who's averaged over 4,000 yards over the last 3 years, who doesn't throw a ton of interceptions, protects the ball really well. And when he does throw interceptions, 9 times out of 10 is because he's trying to make something out of nothing. And so I look at some of that stuff and I see what they're doing. I actually have him ahead of Caleb Williams. I have him at number 7. I have Caleb Williams at number 8.
Which is wild.
Why is that wild?
Why is Caleb so low on your list? Just because like half the season was basically like Hail Mary, like fourth quarter type of stuff?
Yeah, well, and he only completed 57% of his passes, Kate. I mean, we've
Okay,
got
fair,
everybody
that's fair.
everybody
Fair.
above him I have is a little bit more accurate than Caleb Williams. And this is where, when Gabe tells me I'm just, a Bears mush, this is where like my honesty comes in, right? Like I've got Bo Nix at 10, Herbert at 9, Caleb Williams at 8, Baker at 7, and Stafford at 6, and then the five guys ahead of that are Dak, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, which should be everybody's basically top 5. I mean, I just think that Dak Prescott, for everything that they've done in Dallas, like last year, people forget Dak Prescott was one of the best quarterbacks in the league last year. But the problem was they were losing games 42-40. Like their defense couldn't stop a nosebleed last year. So for me, Baker Mayfield is a guy who gets very overlooked. I'm a lot higher on Baker and Dak than a lot of people are. So I understand that, but I think Caleb's there. And I think he's going to take that next step this year. I think he's going to be in the conversation for a top 5 quarterback this season, because I do believe his second season under Ben Johnson is going to be that much better. I believe if last year, which it should have been his second season under Ben Johnson, but the Bears foolishly kept Eberflus for a year with Caleb to try to develop him, and that stunted his growth. So I think that last year would have been a better year for Caleb, but I definitely think everything that I've seen out of OTAs and watching some of the film and that stuff, him coming to the line and having 3 or 4 plays, and ready and checking down and doing all that stuff, you can tell he's really starting to understand the offense more, but he's also starting to understand what defenses are doing a little bit more. So I think you're going to see more touchdowns out of Caleb, more yards out of Caleb. I think that's also going to show you a few more interceptions. But I still think he's a guy that can throw, 30 touchdowns and 10 or less interceptions and still throw for 4,000 yards. So that's where I'm at with Caleb Williams and Baker.
All right, that's fair. Can you explain to me why you have Bo Nix on your list at number 10?
Well, you guys both have Drake May on your list, and had Bo Nix not gotten hurt, the Denver Broncos would have been in the Super Bowl instead of the New England Patriots. And I think that Bo Nix is another guy that people they look at what they did last year in Denver, and I know they had a good defense, and a lot of that, the defenses got them there, but Bo Nix was really solid when he needed to be. When he needed to make plays, he made plays. And I think that he's a guy that when I look at other guys that are, close on my list, like a Drake May, like a Jared Goff, I look at, sort of the intangibles. When do you make plays when you need to make those plays? And I saw a lot of that from Bo Nix last year. So that's why I have him at number 10. And I don't have Drake May on my list.
Okay. I can agree with you that had Bo Nix been playing in that AFC Championship game, Patriots likely would not have gone to the Super Bowl. That's probably a fair... Gabe's smirking there. What do you think, Gabe? No?
Oh, no, I'm not saying that. I mean, Denver Broncos had a really good team last year. I think when I look at Bo Nix, I mean, I think there's a bias that exists inherently in me because of me watching him at college and watching him at Oregon and, thinking what his college career could be. And, he is the poster child for, for the need to be drafted into the proper system when you're a rookie quarterback, right? Getting a veteran coach in Sean Payton to a team that didn't have superstar pieces, but had solid pieces, right? When you're thinking about Cortland Sutton on the outside, the running backs, they had a 2-headed monster up there with Javonte Williams. They have a good team in the defense. Obviously, we all know, what that looked like. So Bo Nix wasn't asked to do a ton, but he was capable of doing more than what was asked of him. But they were trying to have him color within the lines. When I think of top 10 again, we talk about this, right? Can Bo Nix take an untalented team and lead them to victory? I don't know if that would be the case, in my personal opinion, when it comes to Bo Nix. So that's the only reason that I would keep him out of the top 10.
My retort to that then would be your Drake May, having him in your top 10, because we've seen like Drake May with an untalented team 2 years ago threw for 15 touchdowns to 10 interceptions, didn't throw for a ton of yards. He looked really, really bad in the 12 games that he played. And last year they played a really soft schedule. I mean, it was one of the softest schedules. I think it was like the third easiest schedule in NFL history, based off of wins and loss records and the defenses that they were playing. And where Bo Nix played a much tougher schedule in the AFC West, having to play Kansas City twice, having to play, playing that schedule that they played last year was a lot tougher than what Drake May had to go against.
I think if the roles were reversed, and if Drake May were on the Broncos and if Bo Nix were on the Patriots in the time frames that each were on their respective teams, Bo Nix might be out the league. Because he would have got ran out of he would have got ran out of New England for playing so bad and going 1-16. So I just think it's a different scenario. Again, it goes back to my original point, which is you are the beneficiary of playing with a good coach, and we in Chicago know how important that is. We see the difference between obviously an Eberflus, a Matt Nagy, and a Ben Johnson, right? With our coach, with our quarterbacks that we've had. Not to say that their fate would have been different, but we do know that it makes a difference, and so that's where I think Bo Nix is the beneficiary of that. I think he's a good quarterback. He's proven me wrong, 100%. Bo Nix has proven me wrong with his successes in the NFL. I think the argument that we're talking about, though, specifically is whether he's a top 10 quarterback or not. And I think in my mind, he would just fall right outside of that.
That's fair.
Yeah, I could put Bo Nix like 13.
He wins, right?
12.
He wins. It's hard to push him down further. It's like guys got the amount of victories he's had since he's been in the league compared to any other quarterback. It's enough of a variable to make it statistically significant to put him in that top 15 category for sure.
All right, Monty, come on in here, Monty. Monty's got Mahomes, Allen, Lamar, Burrow, Stafford, Dak, Goff, Caleb Williams, Baker at 9, undecided at 10. Interesting. Undecided.
It's because Monty's a nice guy, and so he doesn't want to leave anybody out. So by putting undecided, he could put a ghost there, and now everyone feels good.
I just
but Jared Goff,
next tier,
7th?
The next tier was so bad, so I just couldn't.
Fair.
I mean,
fair.
Hurts, Knicks, May. There's so many question marks and downsides for all of them. It's just like, who cares,
Fair.
Very fair. Jared Goff is the one that on two people's lists, not on the other two. And I guess the production crew has Baker too, which maybe Baker deserves a little more credit. It's Baker in Tampa Bay after this season. I guess that's another question that we could answer. We could try and answer.
I mean, they got the contract struggles. He's come out and said that he wants to figure that out before the end of the year. I mean,
you would for a Baker, quarterback, yeah. Of course, you would want that before the season starts. Just do the Bucs want him to be consistent without the type of weapons he had last year? That's probably what they're waiting to see before they give him a whole nother contract.
It's only going to get worse in Tampa Bay. It's not like the situation is not going to get better. It's not going to improve. I think they got the best out of. They tapped the well and got the most out of Baker Mayfield in his renaissance. And yeah, I think they understand that giving him money would be a mistake, right? Not that he's not great. I think Baker Mayfield was great, like I said. But I think again, you're like looking at that, you're like, damn, they lucked out by having Baker Mayfield, and he ended up performing well. And now they're in a contact situation. And it's like,
well, they dealt with a lot of injuries too. I mean, a lot of their big weapons just ended. I mean, Mike Evans last year missing 5 or 6 games with that shoulder. Yeah. They have Godwin, who they couldn't keep healthy to save his life.
Mecca got hurt in the middle of the season.
Yeah, a lot of that fell on the injury bug. Like that killed them last year. I think if they're healthy, even though they lost Mike Evans this year, I still think that this is a solid team in Tampa Bay. And I think Baker's good. Like Baker, you talked about he wins, right? Like with Bo Nix. I mean, Baker Mayfield wins, man. I mean, hell, he took the Browns to the playoffs. I mean, Baker Mayfield knows how to win.
Yeah, not too many people have done that.
Yeah.
In recent years. All right. Well, we can all agree on at least the top 4 or 5-ish, which is Mahomes and Josh Allen and Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Matthew Stafford. They're all up there for most all of us. That's going to do it, though, for the top 10 quarterback rankings. We're going to play a little hot and cold on the other side. Aaron Donald being a topic of conversation on that list coming up next. You got Gabe Ramirez, you got Kate Constable, you've got BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
What is, in general, the reaction to Darren Peterson refusing to work out for or talk with anyone other than the Wizards?
A big shoulder shrug.
Yeah.
Because if you really like him and you really think he's the guy, you're going to pick him. And, Chris, I go back to think about Ace Bailey last year. I'm not going here. I'm not going there. Utah picks him. I'm not going. Hey, we're going to give you a bunch of millions of dollars. All right, twist my arm. So you always see it around draft time. Somebody doesn't want to go somewhere. Somebody doesn't want to work out somewhere. Fine. It feels like the league in general is like, we're going to call your bluff if we really believe in you. But I think it ties into the questions around Peterson all along, which is like, does he really want it? And those questions can only be answered when he gets on the floor and he starts doing his thing in the league. So in the short term, the whole I'm only working out in certain places. Fine. Let's see what happens on draft night.
Assuming Danny Ainge and the Jazz jump on that, I called it a grenade. That's probably not fair. He's still maybe the best player in the draft. So I don't want to diminish Darren Peterson's talent. It's just the way, in my opinion, he's acted throughout the college basketball season and now again during this process. But assuming the Jazz jump on Darren Peterson, it looks like, according to most mock drafts, we're talking Cam Boozer to Memphis. We're talking Caleb Wilson to Chicago. I want to go to Chicago for just a second. What do you think Tiago Splitter is capable of with Caleb Wilson as sort of the pivot point on rebuilding that roster in Chicago?
The Portland people really grew to like him. And I mean, the people that were kind of around the team day to day, people in the organization, they just thought he acted very professionally. He handled the Chauncey situation about as well as you can. And he set that group up with some structure. Where I hesitate, Chris, to go from, all right, well, by all accounts, solid coach. Maybe he can grow more into the role. And the Bulls being able to take another step. The Bulls don't have a lot of talent. And if I have learned anything over the years in the NBA, you can hire whatever coach you want. And that coach is a big piece of the puzzle, as we saw with Mike Brown and the Knicks, taking them from step A to step B. But I say that because if you don't have talent, good luck. You don't have exactly what you need. So it feels like the Caleb conversation to Chicago has been in play for several weeks, and I think that is a good first step. But when you look at the rest of that roster and you go, all right, well, Josh Giddey's a nice player, and Buzelis, maybe he's getting a little bit better, and he's still growing as a younger player himself. After that, you're like, yikes.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of space to grow in Chicago. I think Splitter's a fine hire, but I refuse to buy into all the hype that it is some sort of game-changing deal, because they don't have the players right now, and it takes a long time to build up enough to get those players in place.
the College World Series is a happy medium, in my opinion, between Major League Baseball and the Savannah Bananas. Savannah Bananas, pure party fun. Major League Baseball, maybe still lacking a bit at times in the fun aspect, even though we got bat flips and, it's looser than it's ever been. College baseball, right smack dab in the middle. And I love the atmosphere that they have there in Omaha for the College World Series. Looking forward to the final this weekend.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
BetMGM Tonight. It is 3-0 Brazil over Haiti in the 85th minute. That game obviously going on right now. We've got a ton of Major League Baseball going on right now. We just did in the break amongst ourselves a quick check on our streaking. And so far, Yordan Alvarez has a hit and Rice has a hit. Gabe, still waiting on me and you. We need Julio Rodriguez and Weatherholt. Who did you have?
JJ,
Yeah,
Mr. JJ. Yeah,
we need those
not
two
looking
to come
good.
through for us.
I know, and I
Well,
laid the money down on that too, so I'm bummed.
I did too. Can't win them all.
Mm.
All right, let's play a little game of hot or cold. We'll bring in our producer Brandon. He's gonna throw us
Love
a bunch
it.
of different topics, and we'll tell you whether or not they are, well, hot or cold.
I mean, all of my takes are hot, Kate. I mean, right? Like,
Well,
all
maybe
of them
you're
are hot.
purposely having takes that veer towards cold. Just, give us some debate.
All right. Here we go. Let's start off with this one. If Aaron Donald comes out of retirement and plays for the Rams, they will walk to a Super Bowl. Hot or cold, Gabe?
It's a hot take. I mean, this is a team that, got close last year and obviously have the pedigree with their coaching staff and the guy under center. And now they added Myles Garrett to the defense, and it's just like the rich get richer. But, if there's been a theme of today's show, it's that we are not only envious, but we must applaud front offices that make moves to get things done when the window is open, right? You got to be aggressive, and the Rams certainly are doing that. And if Aaron Donald were to walk in that door, my God, first of all, I still every time I think about Aaron Donald, I think about the fact that he was drafted right before the Bears draft pick, and the Bears had their eye on him, and then just they were one pick away from having an Aaron Donald. And to know that he's had a Hall of Fame career is insane. But yeah, I don't know about walk. I think it's extremely difficult to do that in the NFL. But front runners, absolutely, I think you'd have to put that on the Los Angeles Rams if they were to get Aaron Donald back.
Yeah. The only thing that would stop me from saying that they are just walking to a Super Bowl is how unpredictable NFL seasons can go and injuries, right? Like, we always think that we know who's winning the Super Bowl going into a season, and it never is that easy. Plus, with someone like Aaron Donald, I mean, having retired, coming back, I hope the man would stay healthy. I wish nothing else but that. But you never know. Like, injuries happen. Puko's dealing with some stuff last year. Kyron Williams. So, but I will say that's hot. Like, yeah, if Aaron Donald comes out of retirement, the Rams, they should be heavy Super Bowl favorites at the very least.
Yeah, provided that they're healthy. I mean, can you imagine being a left tackle and a left guard, game planning the week before, and you're like, all right, so we've got Myles Garrett coming off the edge while we've got Aaron Donald coming off the inside. How do you guys want to play this? How about you guys shift the right tackle and the right guard over to the left side we let the quarterback worry about the right side because we're gonna need some help. Like this,
Yeah.
it's it's just unfair to have those two guys, even with Aaron Donald coming out of retirement and being older and not having played for the last 2 years. Like that's still just got to be an unfair combination. I don't see any way. Like I just don't know how you would stop those two. That defense would be unworldly for sure. All right, let's move on to the next one. Kate. I know this is more Gabe's territory, but Kate, Lionel Messi is the greatest soccer player of all time.
Hot. Yeah. He wins. He draws crowds. I mean, not much more you can say than that right there. And that is the extent of my soccer knowledge.
I love
Messi.
It.
I mean, the guy's a historic player.
The guy's a guy.
He's a guy that plays
guy.
soccer, and he's a guy that scores goals. That is Messi for you.
He's doing it. I will jump in and save you, Kate. And I will say this, that, when they talk about, the differences between, Ronaldo and Pele, obviously Messi has to be thrown in there. There was a teammate of both Ronaldo and Messi. And the way he described it essentially was Ronaldo can score a hat trick on Saturday and prepare all week, study the teams, go to training, work on all his footwork, make sure he's technically sound in order to get that hat trick. And then Messi could just wake up and get a hat trick without doing any of that stuff, right? So he was talking about how they both prepare, they're both great, they both get to the same result, but it's just about how they do it. Messi has this natural God-given gift to score goals and play soccer at an extremely high level. And Ronaldo, does as well, but he is through brute effort and grit and determination. But Messi, I mean, again, you can't say it enough. When you are the defending champs of the World Cup, and you're the best player on the best team, and you're playing your first game, everybody knows you the man, and you still come out and hit a hat trick on your first. It's an unbelievable. It's like a cherry on top of a career, and a lot of people will be talking about it forever.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm in the ballpark with Kate, where I'm not going to pretend to know a ton about soccer, but I do know names like Ronaldo and like Pele, and I've seen video of them. I know that they were great, but when you watch what you see with Messi, I mean, like you say, it just looks effortless. Like he always seems to be in the right spot at the right time. No matter, like if the ball's going to land somewhere, Messi's going to be there, and he's putting it in the back of the net. So I'm with you. I think he's probably the greatest of all time. All right, let's move on to baseball. Major League Baseball will play 0 games in 2027. Gabe, hot or cold?
Oh man, I think that's a hot take. I really genuinely feel like there's not going to be baseball next season. I think that, when you're looking at both sides, there is no room on either to give way. And I think that, the players obviously feel strongly about, their stance, and the owners. It's like, listen, I've dealt with a lot of labor negotiations in my day. I've been part of a union for almost 20 years. And when you go to the negotiations table, it's weird. It's like the weirdest thing ever. It's like insurance, where like you're asking the person with power if they're willing to budge on their stance, right? That's what union negotiations is. And I've been it. And let me tell you something. Whenever you try to make a claim or lay claim to something, never goes away. They don't care. They're going to make up any excuse in the book as to why it shouldn't be there. And ultimately, you have to say yes to it because they're the ones with the big pocketbooks, right? You're rich, they're wealthy. It's different. They're the ones signing your checks. And so ultimately, like, they can go into hiding and not care about your paychecks for however long they want to, right? And again, those things are difficult. And you hate situations like that. they're the judge, jury, and executioner in this moment, and it'll be interesting to see how much, if anything, works in the favor of the players, in this whole thing. But I think a work stoppage is in play because both sides want to make a statement, and no baseball is definitely a way to do that.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have baseball next year either. I just think that, well, one, based on even the news coming out this week of the amateur rule and everything, like that right there is already far enough away in terms of the conversation between the two sides. You get into more of the nitty gritty and the dollar amount and should there be cap or floor, all that jazz. Like I don't see a way that those two sides agree enough for or I should say agree enough in time for there to be a season next year based on, when all that stuff needs to be in place in order to start the season. So, and I think what the MLB is asking in this new negotiation is a lot of things that could really change and kind of reshape baseball in a sense. And so those are topics and conversations that need to be taken very carefully. And I think the Players Association is going to do that. So I would not be shocked one bit if there are 0 games. So I guess that's a cold take. Is that a cold take or a hot take?
That's hot
take.
That was me yesterday.
Right? The
way I did it was cold if I don't agree with it, hot if I agree with it.
Yeah, that's
hot.
what I was doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So look, I've been saying this for a couple of years now. I don't think there's going to be a game in 2027. I think you're going to, obviously with the owners wanting a cap and a floor. Look, there is a number that allows, like I did the math a while because I'm a super baseball nerd. So I do stupid number stuff when I talk about baseball or think about baseball. And there is a number and there is a cap and a floor that allows the players to actually increase their income over the next, few 5-10 years, however long this collective bargaining agreement would be. And that number is a $350 million cap and a $175 million floor that increases player payroll by close to about $1 billion. And if you reach that, and if you can get the owners to agree to that, which they weren't that far off with their original number, I think they were at 275 and 150. If you can get them to go up to 350, 175, that increases the number for the players. And then you get obviously with the draft rule that they were arguing about the other day, the Players Association balked at that right away. And I kind of actually like that from the owners. Like I like that idea from the owners to not allow high school players to be drafted. We see it quite a bit where high school players get drafted and then they're often, whether they go to the minor leagues, whether they go to play in Mexico, whether they go to play in some of the winter leagues, and things just never pan out for them, and it sort of puts them in a bad spot, right? Because now they're missing time because they're pro ball players now. They can't go and do certain things, especially with college. Of course, new NIL rules and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of that stuff. But I just think that you're not going to see any games. I think these two sides are too far off. The owners are certainly too stubborn to budge too much. The players aren't going to let you get a cap and a floor without there being something in it for them. And by something in it for them means you're going to have to be able to increase their income. You're going to have to be able to continue to allow players to make more money than what they're making now. And that's why I don't think that the Dodgers are the ones that have ruined baseball. I think it's the owners, the Pirates and the Reds and those small market teams who don't spend the $175 million that honestly baseball just told you that every team can afford to spend by giving you a $175 million floor, telling you, hey, this is what the owners think that they can afford. Why are there so many teams that are under this cap? There are 15 teams that are under the $175 million threshold now, and 4 of those teams are under $100 million, which is wild. And baseball, especially more than any other sport, it's not about how much money you spend, it's about how you spend the money. And baseball has shown that time and time again that not the team that spends the most money doesn't always win. It's the team that constructs the best roster and constructs the best organization. And that's why the Dodgers have been so good. They not only do they spend the most money, but they develop the most talent and they build things the right way. And that's why the Dodgers are so good. not because of all the money that they've spent. So I do think that these two sides are too far apart. I do like the fact that they're talking this soon. I hope we don't miss baseball because I don't want to be betting KBO next year. But if I have to, I'll find a way. All right. Let's move on. Shohei Ohtani will be the front runner for NL Cy Young the second he becomes eligible. For those that don't know, he's not eligible yet because you have to pitch at least 1 inning per game played for your team, and he is just below that threshold. So after his next start, he will be above that threshold, and he will become eligible.
I'm going to say cold. I think the NL Cy Young race, there's a lot of players, a lot of pitchers that I think should be at the top. And Jacob Mizorowski right now, I think, is pitching the best of anyone. And you look at his numbers, they are in line, if not a little bit better than Ohtani's right now. And I mean, I think maybe he was pitching today. Was he pitching today? I got an alert. All my days blur together. And like hit 104. Did I see that come across my screen correctly? It was one of those little alerts that pops up, you know.
Yes.
I mean, because I have my phone on silent, so like nothing really goes on. But like I got that little alert, and I mean, what he's doing, what he's throwing, I think Mizorowski is still going to be, if he isn't already, maybe Christopher Sanchez right now is the favorite. I was looking for the odds, but they're not up right now because games are in action.
Is the favorite.
Miz is the favorite. Okay, that's what I was going to guess. I think he stays the favorite. I don't think Ohtani surpasses him.
Yeah, I'm looking at ESPN's. They have the Cy Young predictor, and they got the Miz at number 1, Aaron Ashby at number 2, Christopher Sanchez number 3, and then Shohei comes in at number 4 on this one. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, obviously he's going to make a case for it, but when there's already the front runner that's sitting atop the throne, and I mean, it's like he's not doing anything to really, knock himself off of there. I think it's going to be tough. So I think the question, right, to answer the question, the literal question, which is when Shohei becomes eligible, does he catapult to the top of that list? I think the answer is no, but he definitely competes for it, right? If he continues to pitch well, the Dodgers still win. They're sitting atop their division. Shohei's the best pitcher on the best team. You can make the case for that as well. But the thing is, Milwaukee's going to keep winning. They have 3 pitchers in the top 5 on ESPN Cy Young predictor: Mizorowski, Ashby, and Kyle Harrison. I mean, 3 of the top 5 are on the same team. Like, Milwaukee's not going anywhere either. So when you have the best pitcher on the best rotation, I think that puts you in a better position to win the Cy Young than anything else.
Yeah, look, I think that once he becomes eligible, he vaults close to the top. I think he's right behind Mizorowski once he becomes eligible after his next start. Mizorowski today gave up 2 earned runs in 6 innings pitched against the Atlanta Braves. Braves won that game 3-2. When you look at Mizorowski, the problem that you've had is that over time he has problems locating that fastball. And you're going to find a stretch where he becomes hittable, where he has a problem with walks, where he struggles a little bit, and he's not as dominant as he can be, especially against really good contact hitting teams like the Atlanta Braves are. And the Atlanta Braves hit him today. So I look at that, and I think that eventually, I think that Shohei, especially with the voters, and we know how the voters are, and the voters love them some Shohei Ohtani. And if Shohei Ohtani continues to hit home runs and continues to pitch the way that he's been pitching, and his numbers are even close to the best, I think they're going to want him to win MVP, and I think they're going to want him to win Cy Young. So for me, I think that eventually, I think Shohei Ohtani, as long as he doesn't have an injury or as long as he doesn't have a bad stretch, I think Ohtani will win both MVP and Cy Young this year. All right. Want to squeeze one more in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
Got one more. All right. Caleb Williams will be in MVP conversations at the end of the season. Hot or cold, Gabe?
I think that's a cold take. I think, man, in order to be in the MVP conversation, you have to be otherworldly. And he's got the potential to do that. That's without a doubt. But again, I think we just going over the list of the top 10 quarterbacks that we all put together, there was a clear cut top five. And to not only put yourself in the top five, but to leapfrog everyone in the top five to then become, in the conversation. I think it'll be more the hope is that you're in the conversation because the Bears are doing so well, despite the strength of schedule, despite a subpar defense and the departure of a DJ Moore, right? Like your offense is still clicking. You're throwing over 300 yards a couple times, over multiple touchdowns. Like you got to do all of that. And so you're capable of it, but I think there'll still be two quarterbacks that are doing it better than you and whose team is depending on them a little bit more. So conversation, sure, you need some losers. Everybody can't win a Grammy. You got to have some other people that are in the category that just happy with the nod. And so Caleb will be that. He'll be the person that's there. The guy that shows up in New York to win the Heisman, but doesn't win it, even though Caleb did win it. But you know what I'm trying to say. So yeah, no, I don't think so. Cold take.
I'm going with the cold take too, because I think the Bears might regress a little bit this year in terms of wins. Doesn't mean that they can't have success or make the playoffs, but they are no longer, there's a target on their back this year. People are take the Bears seriously. And with the strength of schedule that they have, I think winning as many games and having as much success, especially with how they won a lot of those games last year, like take one or two of those and the ball is probably going to bounce the other direction and those are going to be losses instead of wins. And unless you have your team, winning the division, top of the conference, like I think winning MVP is going to be a little tricky. So not the year for Caleb Williams, unfortunately, next season to be in that conversation towards the end of the year.
4,400 yards. 31 touchdowns and 11 interceptions is what I have for Caleb Williams this year. I think he's in the conversation. I don't know that he's going to win it, but I know he's in the conversation. And Monty says hopefully he isn't cursed because he's on the Madden cover.
He's on the Madden
hopefully
cover.
He does the same thing that Patrick Mahomes does when he was on the cover, and he wins the Super Bowl.
I mean, that would be pretty great. I would be very pleased with that. We'll wrap things up on the other side. You're listening to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports with Kate Constable and Gabe Ramirez.
What are you personally a fan of in the Derby?
Well, I guess I'll put it into two different little categories. First of all, as a fan, I watch the Derby now as an ex-player. And I'm not going to sit here and say I watch the Derby start to finish. That would be misleading the audience. But I check in. I think the sentiment around, I think today's fans, the younger fans, they love it. I think it's really entertaining being on the clock. It puts a little pressure on the guy throwing BP, although the BP has come closer. Normal BP was about 45 feet in my day. Seems like it's about 10 feet away. So throwing strikes is a little bit easier. But I like the entertainment value. I like hearing he hit 74 in round 3. But I think that's what guys like. Now, as a participant, I did two. I did 1-01 and I did 1-03. I don't want to talk about the 1-03 because I swung and missed. I blame that on the BP pitcher. I liked our version because it was a little bit, you didn't have to take as many swings. You had 10 outs.
Yeah.
You hit 3 or 4, you do good, you move on or you don't move on. But I think it's come a long way, and I think the current version, and like I said, strictly from an entertainment value, I think it's better. I think it's better for the fan. And the All-Star game being entertainment, we all when you get selected to an all-star team, I want to go out there. I want to get 3 hits. I want to get 3 hits in the backyard playing wiffle ball with my kids. But it's not that important to the overall. Once I'm playing back with my team and we're playing games for real, that's what matters. All-star game, it's for the fans. And I have to look at it that way. Whatever they want, give it to them. And I think this current version is really good. It's kind of a wait and see. We'll see. I might have a change of heart like I have on a lot of these baseball rules that have been changed that I was a proponent of. And I come to watch it, and I like it. So I might like this new version. I might not. I think we'll see what happens in July with the new version.
Bleep them picks. Tampa Bay decided they weren't going to go all in on Darren Radish. 30-year-old offensive defenseman, not a huge guy. I think he's like 6'1". But they didn't want to give him the big fat deal that he was going to get in free agency because, well, he's 30, and you're not signing a guy who's had one great year to an 8-year deal, which is exactly what he got once traded to Toronto this morning from the Maple Leafs. The Lightning are only getting a 5th-round pick out of this deal. I wouldn't call it a salary dump. It's a preemptive salary dump, I guess. They weren't going to sign Radish to a long-term extension. So Radish gets an 8-year deal with an average annual value of $8.5 million. Pinky to the corner of your mouth like Dr. Evil. $8.5 million, which is a massive overpayment. At least in term, if not money. You're going to see this. As the NHL and its owners and its GMs realize that this large jump in the cap is probably just indicative of more jumps in the cap now that they've got some quality national TV deals locked in, you're going to see this number continue to jump. And so teams are going to look at it and say, hey, we got the room. If I got to eat a Darren Radish deal in 3 or 4 years at $8.5 million, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it down the line.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Wrapping things up here on BetMGM Tonight. Team USA got the 2-0 victory over Australia. Won the first 2 games of their group. That was an exciting one. Gabe's still rocking. What did you call that? The USA kit.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. That's what you gotta have faith, And Team USA, what they did today was put the world on notice, not just their group, Kate. They put the entire world on notice. Same way Brazil scored a bunch of goals and had a convincing win. Team USA did the same. To put up 2 goals, to have a clean sheet against Australia, and to position yourselves at the top of the group. Now, if Paraguay takes points away from Turkey, if they win, USA, number 1 seed in the group, get to move on. But I think the most impressive thing, Kate, they did it without Christian Pulisic. This is a guy who obviously is a number 1 striker or number 1 forward, I should say, on the team. He's your Lonzo Ball type guy, creates. Wasn't even there. They handle business anyway. So when they're at full strength, what is that going to look like? I think again, if you're not paying attention to Team USA, get them eyes glued to the TV screen. Next Thursday, they got their match against Turkey. If you're in Chicago, shameless plug, I have an appearance with the score at Parlay in Lincoln Park, right next to you, Kate. I bring the baby. You guys, come on
Parlay in
out.
Lincoln Park. That is fairly close. All right.
I know. I got you.
We'll
I know you got kids.
What's that next? Wait,
It's actually a night. It's a night. It's at 9. It's at 9
Thursday?
o'clock at night on a Thursday. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're not. Will not be making it there. That's bedtime. That is bedtime.
Well, hopefully you'll have the TV on and you'll be watching it because I don't know. Maybe Brandy, you could check this out while we're chatting. I don't think the USA has ever won all 3 group matches. So that, gotta check.
Well,
check
if they
that out,
haven't
Brandon.
won 2 in a row, they likely haven't won all 3 because you would have
Since
to
the
win,
30s.
right?
But in the 30s,
Oh.
did they win all 3?
They've never won all 3 ever.
I mean, look at that. I mean, so this is a big moment for USA Soccer if they end up doing that on next Thursday. So it'll be a big moment.
Yes, Gabe.
No, I was gonna get into boring, like I was gonna get into the boring round of 32 where they're predetermined. It's just so in depth of the way they do it. So I just didn't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's fair. A lot of people though coming out after today's game and says that this is a team that can win it all, including Chris Richards.
Well,
defender.
he's supposed to say that. He's supposed to say that.
Well,
I mean,
that's
the
I guess
thing
if
is
he
this
were
in
saying
soccer.
anything else, we would be bashing the guy.
I mean, of all the sports in the world, right? Like you think about soccer in Europe. So they have a lot of tournaments within countries, like Germany will have their own tournament, Europe, Spain, whatever. And in those tournaments, you get the top teams, right? Like Bayern Munich, Barcelona, in their respective countries. And they go up against some of like teams that are in like the 3rd or 4th division, the 4th tier. And on occasion, you'll get your upset where a top tier team in the top league playing against a 3rd or 4th division team and they lose. And I say that to say in soccer, anything can happen. So can the USA go on some miraculous run? The problem is this, Kate. We're in America, but not everything has a storybook ending. And I know that we think that that's how it's supposed to go, especially in our favor. And that might not be the case, but it'll be great if it does happen. I'd welcome it with open arms. It'd mean wonders for my career.
Well, I mean, Gabe, when was the last time the U.S. had a storybook ending in soccer in the World Cup? We haven't yet, right?
I don't think it exists, so maybe we're due. You never know.
A lot of underachieving and heartbreak. So I just hope we're all not getting too far ahead of ourselves and thinking that, we got to take it. I mean, this is very coach speak, Gabe. We got to take it one game at a time.
Listen,
we're already
Kate,
jumping to we're winning the whole World Cup. Like, what are we doing here?
They passed the eye test, and that's all that matters.
That's all they've
passed
done.
the eye test. Wait, are you in or are you out? I can't tell. Are you in or are you out?
Well,
I don't know what's going on here.
I'm in on it. I think we need to not temper expectations, but like, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves where we lose focus of the task at hand.
Fair
right?
enough. Fair enough.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying here. Yeah. Are we betting on Team USA? Obviously, like, is that the
No.
play?
The bet tonight is this. Turkey, both teams to score and under 4.5 goals. I parlayed it up already. It's paying like plus 450. So there you go. There's your bets for the
All
night.
right. Turkey to win, both teams to score. It's Gabe Ramirez special for you. Head over to BetMGM. Place your bet. That's going to do it for us here on BetMGM tonight. It's been a fun 5 hours, Gabe. Flew by as always. Thank you to both Monty and Brandon behind the scenes. For Gabe Ramirez, I am Kate Constable. Thanks for joining us throughout the evening. This has been BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
It's not a competition in Cleveland. It's not. You know how Ronaldo yesterday was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, and he said, look, nobody wishes injury on anyone, but if Ronaldo were to pop a hammy at this point, the rest of the Portuguese squad might look at each other and silently go, ooh, sigh of relief. We won't have to leave him out there anymore. Like, if Deshaun Watson got hurt in training camp, Jimmy Haslam would perform the most silent fist pump in his office that's ever been performed. Because they're stuck paying him. But they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. They simply, and I know there's a lot of people that look at it and go, well, just get rid of Watson. Just eat it. Do you realize how much they would have to eat right now if they just cut Deshaun Watson? We're talking like $125 million. And it doesn't get much better before next June 1st. I think even after next June 1st, it's still a bad cap number. Like next spring, they could cut Watson and it's still like an $85, $86 million dead cap number. They are so screwed in Cleveland being tied to Deshaun Watson. And they have so irrevocably hosed their cap situation. I had to really search the back of my brain there for a word that I could use on the air. Completely hosed their cap situation for the next several years because of this Deshaun Watson deal. This isn't a real competition. Watson's going to get the job. And look, I'm not totally sold on Shedeur either, but at the very least, you'd like to get a look at what you have and see if you think you can make it work. But that's another disastrous quarterback competition. For a wildly young team like the White Sox to come out the other end, I used the analogy earlier, like Andy Dufresne crawling through the sewer pipe to get out of Shawshank. For them to come out the other end 6-5 in these 11 games, and now tied with the Guardians atop the AL Central, I think you got to look at the White Sox as legit, especially in an AL field that, let's be honest, it's not the most impressive. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the White Sox when I say they're 5 games over 500. As mentioned, 6-5 in these last 11, including the comeback win against the Yankees last night. And right now, they would be AL Central champs. Okay, I get it. It's mid-June. Long way to go. But 5 games over 500 in this American League, that's solidly in playoff position. When the final wild card in the American League is a game under 500, looking at you, Blue Jays, having that, I don't want to call it cushion, but that's what it is, having that lead puts the White Sox in a spot now where I don't think they have to sweat every series. Now, you don't want to go in the tank, obviously. And like I said, it's a young team. So you want to keep them focused. You want to keep them on the chase, so to speak. But right now, you look at the standings in the American League, and it's all teams that coming into the year, I think we would have considered legit in the AL. The Yankees, the Mariners, even the Rays. It only took a couple weeks for us to all look at each other and go, oh, yeah, the Rays are real again. The Guardians. Even the Blue Jays, like I said, sitting there a game under 500. The White Sox are legit.